I had been working as a ranger for a few years by the time this happened, and I had gotten used to the rhythm of long patrol days, carrying my pack, moving along the trail, and checking in on hikers or trouble spots. I spent most of my time alone, and though I had moments of unease now and then, I had grown comfortable with the woods. I knew the sounds of the birds, the rustling of small animals, the way the wind moved through the trees, and even how silence usually had its own kind of pattern. But that day in the West Virginia section of the Appalachian Trail, something happened that has stayed with me longer than most other memories from the field. The area I was covering that week was not the busiest section of trail. It wound through heavy woods, crossing some old logging roads, streams, and ridgelines. The trail there is well marked with the familiar white blazes painted on the trees. The landscape has history too. Old farms, crumbling stone walls, abandoned logging roads that have been slowly reclaimed by the forest. It's the kind of place that can feel timeless, like you've stepped into a pocket of the past where nature and forgotten human work overlap. That morning started normally. I had been hiking alone for a while, my boots scuffing the dirt, birds flitting from tree to tree, and insects buzzing in the humid air. It was late summer, the kind of day where the sun presses down and the air hangs heavy. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, and the straps of my pack cut a little into my shoulders. I took steady sips from my canteen as I moved, falling into the rhythm of the trail. Around midday, I came to one of the old logging roads I knew about. These old roads are common along the trail, remnants from when the area was more heavily used by industry. Most of them are overgrown now, but you can still trace their path. Flat, wider than animal trails, with moss-covered stones on the sides, and sometimes remnants of stone walls that used to divide property lines. This one crossed the ad at a right angle, the trail going north-south, the logging road running east-west. I stopped at the junction, figuring it was a good place to take a breather before pushing on. Usually when I stop, I keep listening to the forest around me. The sounds tell you a lot. At first everything was normal. I heard chickadees somewhere high in the trees, a woodpecker tapping, the faint whine of insects. I leaned against a tree, enjoying the shade and wiping sweat off my forehead. After a few minutes, I decided to poke around. The logging road pulled me in the way those forgotten tracks always do. They invite curiosity. I started walking slowly down the overgrown road. The brush had claimed most of it, but the shape was still clear, flat ground between the trees, wide enough for an old cart or truck. On one side, a low stone wall ran along the edge. The wall was only a couple feet high, lichen and moss covering the stones, but it had that look of human work, neat and deliberate. I walked beside it, running my hand across the rough surface here and there, my boots crunching lightly in the leaf litter. For a while, it was just ordinary. I thought about how many people had walked this same stretch decades before, hauling logs or tending animals, and how different the land must have looked then. I scanned the ground, half hoping to spot some old rusted tool or a broken bottle, something left behind from the past. Then, without warning, everything changed. It was as if I had stepped through an invisible doorway. One second the forest was alive with sound, and the next it wasn't. The silence hit me hard. I stopped walking immediately and stood still. The bird calls were gone. The hum of insects vanished. Even the leaves overhead, which had been rustling softly with a faint breeze, seemed frozen in place. At first I thought maybe I had just tuned it all out, the way your brain sometimes filters background noise, but this wasn't like that. This was heavy, absolute. The kind of silence that doesn't just fall around you, but presses on you, almost humming in your ears because your brain expects sound and finds none. I felt it deep in my gut, and a thin layer of sweat that had nothing to do with heat broke out on my arms. I should have turned back right then, but curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, pushed me to take another step forward. The silence stayed, thick and unnatural. My boots crunched louder than they should have, and I realized it was because that was the only sound left. I took 2 more steps and then froze again. That's when the feeling hit me. The best way I can describe it is sudden, overwhelming hostility. Not like the woods themselves hated me, but like I had walked into the living room of someone who absolutely despised me and wanted me gone immediately. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was just a feeling raw and undeniable. My chest tightened, my mouth went dry, and every hair on my body stood straight up. My body knew before my mind did. I wasn't supposed to be here. I scanned the road ahead, eyes darting from shadow to shadow, trying to find some explanation. I expected to see movement, maybe a bear just off the road, or a big cat crouched in the brush. Predators can stalk silently, and it would make sense that my body picked up on danger my eyes hadn't spotted yet. But the road ahead was empty. Just more stone wall, more trees, more green. No sound, no movement. I wanted to turn around and walk away, but the fear rooted me in place. The strongest part of the feeling wasn't just danger. It was the command not to turn my back. My instincts screamed at me that if I turned away, if I exposed myself, something would come for me. I don't know why that thought was so strong, but it was. So I stood there, staring ahead, my body tense, my breath shallow. Finally, slowly, I began to back up. One step, another. My boots sank into the soft ground, leaves crunching. I kept my eyes locked on the empty road, refusing to blink more than necessary. Every nerve screamed at me to move faster, but I forced myself to keep it steady. My legs shook slightly as I backed away, but I didn't let myself turn. After what felt like a long time, but was probably only a handful of seconds, I reached that invisible line again. I don't know how I knew, but the moment I crossed it, I felt it. The world snapped back into place. The silence broke. Birds sang. Insects whined. Leaves rustled overhead. The normal noise of the forest rushed in all at once. And it was like I had just surfaced after being underwater too long. I stopped there, still facing the road, trying to catch my breath without gasping. My shirt clung to my chest with cold sweat now, and my hands were trembling slightly. I kept staring, waiting for something to step out, but nothing did. The road looked the same as it had before, calm and ordinary, as if nothing had happened. Eventually, I forced myself to turn back to the main trail. My legs carried me faster than usual, eager to put distance between me and that place. I didn't stop to rest again until I had hiked a good half-mile further along the ad. Even then, I kept glancing behind me, my nerves jangling. Later, when I had calmed down, I tried to make sense of it. The simplest explanation is that there was a predator nearby. Bears, cougars, they can move silently, and the forest often goes quiet when they're around. My instincts might have picked up subtle cues I couldn't consciously notice, triggering that intense wave of fear. The silence, the feeling of hostility, the command not to turn my back. All of it could have been my body screaming at me that I was in danger. But even telling myself that the memory feels different from every other wildlife encounter I've had. I've run into bears before, startled deer at close range, even spotted coyotes watching me from the brush. Those moments carried adrenaline, sure, but nothing like this. This was deeper, stranger. It felt like a line had been drawn in the dirt, and I had crossed into a space I wasn't meant to enter. I finished that patrol without incident, but the logging road stayed on my mind the rest of the week. I thought about going back to check it again, but every time I imagined standing there, facing that silent road, I felt the same rush of cold fear. So I didn't. I stuck to the main trail. Years later, I still think about that day. I remind myself that instincts are there for a reason, and ignoring them can get you killed in the backcountry. Maybe it was a predator just out of sight. Maybe it was something about the terrain, a shift in air pressure, or some other natural phenomenon that I don't fully understand. Whatever it was, I'll never forget how wrong it felt, and how strong the sense was that I needed to leave immediately. That's the lesson I carry from that place. Out here, the land doesn't care about your plans or your curiosity. Sometimes it gives you warnings in ways you can't explain, and your only job is to listen. That day, I did, and I believe that's the reason I'm still here to tell the story. I was in Big Bend National Park about 20 years ago, working on material for a backpacking series presentation for REI. Big Bend has always been a place that grabs you in a way few parks do. It's not like Yosemite, where the views hit you instantly with towering cliffs, or like Yellowstone, where geothermal features remind you the earth is alive beneath your feet. Big Bend is different. It feels stretched out, like the land has been pulled in every direction, leaving behind wide basins, sharp ridges, and the Rio Grande carving its way along the edge of it all. It's dry, harsh, sun-baked land, but when you're out there long enough, you begin to notice the small veins of life running through it. Cottonwoods near seeps, prickly pear blooming after rain, mule deer moving low in the morning. That day, I had been near Santa Elena Canyon. The canyon itself is a massive crack in the rock, a straight cut where the river disappears into walls that look impossible to climb. I had been moving toward the mouth of the canyon because I wanted photos of the flat section where the basin opens. That part of the river always seemed more alive, where you could catch birds, deer, even javelina if you were lucky. I figured it would give me the variety I wanted for the REI slides. It was late afternoon, a couple hours before sunset, the light getting softer but still hot enough that sweat kept sticking my shirt to my back. The air was dry but carried the smell of silt and river weeds. My van was parked several hundred meters behind me in a dirt lot that passed for a trailhead at the time. There were no crowds, no bustle, just me, the dry crunch of my boots on the ground, and the steady sound of the river somewhere ahead. When I came out near the basin, I saw movement on the far side of the river. At first my brain couldn't process it. It was big, the size of a man, but low to the ground. The color was the brown of deer hide, dusty and blending into the background. It was moving in a way that didn't match anything I was used to. For a moment, it looked like a deer lying on its side and sliding across the ground like a snake, which made no sense at all. I shifted to get a better angle, moving carefully to where a low mesquite bush gave me a clear view. That's when the shape clicked in my head. It was a mountain lion, a big one. Its body hugged the earth, muscles rippling under its hide as it crept forward. Its tail twitched low, and its shoulders rose and fell like pistons as it moved. It was hunting. I'd read reports of lions in the park. I'd even seen tracks before, wide paths with claw marks missing because cats would track them. But I'd never seen one with my own eyes, let alone this close. When the image finally processed, my blood seemed to drain out of me. Every nerve in my body locked. Then the lion looked at me. Its head turned sharp, eyes locking onto me like a spotlight in the dark. I will never forget those eyes. They weren't just looking. They were calculating. You could see it happen. That cold arithmetic of energy spent versus calories gained. I was standing there on the bank, not even 30 yards from the river, and I knew without any doubt I was being considered. The Rio Grande saved me in that moment. The water wasn't high. In fact, that year had been dry, and irrigation upstream had drained parts of it more than usual. I knew that at certain points you could wade across with nothing more than wet boots. But even shallow, the river still stretched wide, looking like a solid barrier. The lion had to make a choice, and I watched its head shift back and forth in quick double takes. 1 second looking at me, 1 second flicking toward whatever prey it had been stalking before I interrupted. Its body stayed frozen, but that head ticked back and forth in a fast rhythm. I could feel my pulse slam in my ears. I knew better than to run. Every story, every briefing, every bit of wildlife training drilled that into me. Running triggers the chase. So I held my ground, facing it, and started to ease myself backward in the slowest steps I've ever taken. My muscles screamed to move faster, but I forced them down. One step, then another. My boots barely lifted from the dirt. My hands were tight fists, though I wasn't holding anything. I couldn't tell you how long it lasted. Seconds stretched like wire being pulled tight. Then, just as suddenly as it had noticed me, the lion shifted its weight. Its head turned back toward the prey, body angling downriver. And then, with a grace that didn't match its size, it slipped into the brush. No sound, just gone. I didn't breathe until the brush stopped moving. Even then, my chest felt locked. I kept backing up until the low rise blocked the river from view. Only then did I turn, not running, but walking fast and steady toward the van. Every step felt exposed. I could picture those eyes burning holes in my back. The van was a white box against the dirt, hot metal reflecting the last of the sun. When I reached it, I grabbed the door handle and slid inside fast, locking the doors as if that would stop a cat if it wanted me bad enough. I sat there with my heart pounding hands shaking against the wheel, sweat soaking my shirt. My throat was dry as bone, but I couldn't even think about drinking water yet. I just sat, staring out the windshield at the nothingness, listening for sound. No chase had been given. No pursuit. I had been let off easy. I knew it. And that short walk back to the van was the longest one of my life. That night, I parked in one of the backcountry pull-offs off the main road. Big Bend doesn't glow with light the way most parks do. Out there, it's black. The stars are so thick they look like dust, and the air carries sound for miles. I sat in the van with the windows cracked, eating stale Oreos and sipping from a warm bottle of water, listening to the desert. Every so often, a sound would cut through the dark. Not coyotes, those I knew. These were deeper. The growl of something big. The sharp scream that only cats make, ripping through the night and then dying away. Each time I froze, Oreo halfway to my mouth, waiting for the sound to fade. Out there, in the middle of nowhere, the thin metal shell of the van felt like the only thing keeping me on the right side of the food chain. Sleep didn't come easy. When it did, it came in pieces. I remember waking sometime around 3 in the morning, lungs raw with a cold I had been fighting. I had dosed myself with NyQuil earlier, something that always hit me wrong. It gave me vivid dreams that tangled with reality. That night, I came out of sleep screaming, sure that something massive was looming over the van. My heart slammed so hard it felt like it was trying to break free of my chest. When I finally sat up, gasping in the dark, all I saw was the black wall of the mountain outside, silent and still. I lay back down after a while, though sleep never fully returned. The night stretched on, broken by the occasional cry of a cat somewhere out there in the desert. By morning the light washed the fear away. The desert looked empty again, dry and harmless under the rising sun. I stepped out stiff, throat raw from the night, and ate the last of the Oreos leaning against the van. But I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes across the river, sharp and cold, weighing me like meat on a scale. I drove out later that day, dust trailing behind me on the park road. Big Bend looked the same as it always had, rugged, endless, untamed. But I carried something different with me. I had gone out there for photos, for slides, in a presentation, to talk about the beauty of the place. What I came back with was something far heavier. A reminder that out there, no matter what we think, we aren't in charge. We're guests, fragile ones, lucky to walk away. And I did walk away. Not chased, not mauled, just watched, judged, and ultimately spared. That's the clearest memory I have of Big Bend. Not the canyon walls, not the stars, not the river itself. Just the long silence of those eyes and the slow, trembling walk back to the van. I was working alone at a remote mountaintop microwave radio site near Prince Rupert, British Columbia, in January. That part of the coast is known for its brutal winters, and this particular site was as isolated as they came. The road that wound its way up the mountain was buried under snow so deep and wind-packed that not even the snowcats could push through. The only way in or out was by helicopter, which dropped me off in the morning and was scheduled to pick me up again at the end of the day, weather permitting. It wasn't my first time being left at a site like that, but every time it happened, I felt a certain weight settle on me as the chopper lifted away. The moment the thumping of the rotor blades faded into the distance, silence wrapped itself around me like a heavy coat. The building itself was small and plain, a squat one-story block of concrete and steel, maybe 30 by 40 feet. No windows, with a single heavy metal front door. It wasn't much to look at, but it was built to keep the equipment safe from the weather and from bears that sometimes prowled around. Inside, it was warmer, a hum of machines, and faint smell of ozone mixing with the dry heat from the propane heater. Rows of racks filled with cables, lights, and radios lined the walls, and the floor space was crowded with tool cases, spares, and workbenches. That day, my job was maintenance, checking signal strength, swapping out a backup power supply, cleaning up wiring that some lazy tech had left tangled, that sort of thing. The kind of work that was more tedious than difficult. I put on some music low in the background to cut the silence and set to it, making steady progress. A couple of hours in, when I was crouched by one of the racks running new ties along a bundle of cokes. I heard it. 3 sharp knocks on the front door. Not a bang. Not the kind of sound you'd get from a branch or a snow chunk sliding off the roof, but clear, deliberate knocks. I froze, cable tie half tightened in my hand, listening. Nobody should have been up there with me. The nearest people were miles down the mountain. The chopper was gone, and the road was impassable. Still, I figured maybe another crew had been flown in unexpectedly, or maybe the pilot had come back for some reason. I stood, wiped my hands on my pants, and went to the door. I unlocked it and pulled it open. Nobody. The doorway opened onto a shallow porch crusted with snow, a few steps down to the drifted yard, and then the open expanse of white stretching to the tree line. Nothing moved. The snow was smooth, no tracks leading up to the building. The air was still cold enough that it burned my nostrils. I stepped out and looked around. The clearing was empty. I even walked a short circle around the building, boots crunching through the crust. Nothing. Not even a squirrel's track. I shrugged it off. Maybe the building had shifted and something inside had popped or rattled. Metal sometimes did strange things in the cold. I went back inside, closed the door, locked it, and went back to work. It wasn't 10 minutes later when I heard it again. This time it wasn't 3 quick knocks. It was a longer, steadier rapping. Knock, 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 as if someone wanted to be sure I heard them. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I set down the tool in my hand and walked carefully to the door again. I stood there listening, my hand on the handle. The knocking stopped. I pulled the door open fast. Again, nobody. Just white snow, silent trees. The same untouched clearing. No tracks, no sign of life. I stepped out again, a little farther this time, scanning the tree line. Nothing. The only sound was the faint whine of wind moving over the ridge above me. My breath came out in heavy clouds, and the only tracks in the snow were my own from earlier. Back inside, I shut the door harder than necessary, irritated. I told myself it had to be the building settling. Cold metal, and ice could make noises that sounded like knocks. I turned my music up a notch and tried to lose myself in the work again. But a minute later, the pounding started. Not knocks this time. Not polite or hesitant. Pounding. Heavy, angry, insistent thuds that rattled the door in its frame. Whoever it was wanted in. I grabbed the nearest thing at hand. A crowbar I'd been using to pry a stuck cover earlier. My pulse hammered in my ears. I walked up to the door, crowbar raised, heart thudding against my ribs. Whoever was messing with me. This time I catch them. I yanked the door open in one quick motion, stepping back with the bar raised. The porch was empty. Snow glittered under the gray sky. Not a track, not a shadow, nothing. I stepped out again, scanning in every direction. My breath fogged the air. I felt the weight of the silence pressing on me, as if the whole mountain was holding its breath. I looked at the tree line, then at the blank snowfields. Nobody. That's when I felt it. That distinct prickling sensation along my spine, the unmistakable awareness of being watched. I turned in a slow circle, trying to spot movement. Nothing but the same empty clearing, the same line of dark trees. Then something made me look up. There, perched right at the edge of the roof above the door, was a raven. Big, black, glossy feathers puffed against the cold. Its eyes gleamed down at me, bright and amused. It tilted its head, watching me with what almost felt like mockery. Then it let out a loud, throaty squawk, rock, 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 that echoed across the clearing. It flapped its wings, lifted from the roof, and glided easily to the trees, disappearing into the gray distance. I stood there, crowbar in hand, feeling half relieved and half foolish. The pounding had been the raven. Somehow it had perched and pecked or hammered its beak against the metal door, loud enough to mimic knocking. No footprints in the snow because it had come from above. Back inside, I set the crowbar down and tried to shake it off. My nerves were still jangling from the false alarm. But the explanation was simple. Just a bird. Nothing more. Still, the rest of that day dragged. Every small creak of the building, every gust of wind against the walls set me on edge. When the helicopter finally came back in a late afternoon, kicking up snow as it descended, I was more than ready to leave. The ride back down over the endless white ridges gave me time to think. Up there, alone in the cold and silence. Every sound carried weight. Every unknown could spiral into fear. A simple bird had played me like a fool. It was almost funny, but there had been a moment, standing there with that crowbar raised, when I was convinced something very real and very close was trying to get in. That stuck with me more than I wanted to admit. Not the raven, not the knocking, but how quickly my mind had gone to darker places. How fast isolation could turn a normal noise into something sinister. By the time we reached the base and I climbed out of the chopper, I had the story half formed in my head. I'd tell it later, how a raven had tricked me into thinking the world was coming to the door. I get a laugh out of the crew, but deep down, I knew I'd never forget the way it felt in that moment before I looked up. The cold certainty that something unseen was standing just on the other side of the silence, waiting. I've been working as a ranger for a long time now, and I've had my fair share of strange things out in the woods. When you spend your life walking trails that most people will only visit a handful of times in their lives, you notice things. You learn the normal sounds of the woods, how the wind moves through the trees, what a squirrel scurrying through the brush sounds like compared to a deer, how far sound carries across valleys or through pine stands. You learn how quickly silence can turn heavy and how much the smallest unnatural sound can change the way the whole landscape feels. This one sticks with me because it wasn't something I saw, it was something I heard. And in some ways, hearing something without ever laying eyes on the source makes it worse. You're left filling in the blanks with your own imagination, and out here, imagination has plenty of room to stretch. It happened in early spring, one of those days where the air is still cool, but the ground is waking up. The trees were just starting to push out buds, and the smell of damp soil carried on every breeze. I had taken a patrol assignment through one of the less visited areas of the park. It was a long loop that wound around ridges, crossed a couple of creeks, and cut through dense mixed hardwood. Because it was a weekday, in the middle of the day, I wasn't expecting to see many people at all. That's part of why I like those assignments. The trails feel like they belong only to you when you know you're probably the only one out there. The first few miles were quiet, just the way I like them. My dog was with me, tail wagging, moving ahead and circling back like he always did. He's trained to work alongside me. And after years of being in the woods together, I trusted his senses as much as my own. Birds called in the canopy, a woodpecker hammered somewhere off to the east, and the crunch of my boots in the leaves kept rhythm with my breathing. Everything about it felt normal, expected, safe. About halfway through the loop, as I started up a steady incline, the sound began. At first, it was faint, so faint I thought I imagined it. Just a low hum that didn't fit with the rest of the forest. I slowed my pace and listened, ears straining, waiting for it to repeat. A few seconds later, I heard it again. It wasn't birds, wasn't wind, wasn't water running. It was deliberate. A tone, rising and falling, carried through the trees like it had been placed there on purpose. My dog stopped, ears pricked forward, his whole body stiff. The hair along his back began to rise, and that's when I knew it wasn't just me picking up something odd. He doesn't spook easily. He's been through storms, coyotes yipping at night, even stumbled across black bear scent without raising much more than a cautious look. But this had him standing tall and alert, every muscle ready. The sound grew clearer as I continued walking. It turned into something structured, rhythmic. Chanting, low voices rising together, falling together, holding notes in a way that sounded too organized to be random noise. It didn't feel distant anymore. It was sharp, like standing next to speakers in a church or a cathedral, the way sound swells and presses on you. I slowed my steps, tried to pick a direction from where it came, but it seemed to move with me. One moment it felt left, the next it seemed dead ahead. I kept walking. My instinct told me not to stop in the middle of the trail. Out here, stopping makes you feel like prey, and I wasn't about to give in to that. I just kept my pace steady, my breathing controlled, my eyes wide, and searching the trees. My dog walked closer to me now, brushing against my leg every few steps like he needed to reassure himself. The chanting became full. Deep voices, more than one, moving in that slow, heavy way that you'd expect from a monk's choir. Every note was clear as if I had stumbled into the middle of some ancient ritual. But there was nothing to see. The woods looked the same as always. Bare branches, leaf litter, a few patches of green just beginning to push through. There were no groups of hikers, no campsites, no one at all. 5 minutes doesn't sound like much, but when you're hearing something that shouldn't exist, 5 minutes feels like a lifetime. I walked that trail with my chest tight, ears full of chanting that refused to fade. I kept trying to come up with reasons for it. Maybe it was kids with a speaker down near the creek. Maybe someone had decided to test out a sound system in the middle of the woods. Maybe wind carried it weirdly from far away. I clung to those ideas like a lifeline, because the alternative was letting my mind go down roads I didn't want to travel. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was gone. One moment the woods were full of heavy, rising voices. The next, silence. Not even birdsong. Just my breathing and my boots again. My dog's ears slowly lowered, but the ridge of raised fur along his back didn't smooth out for another mile. I didn't say a word. I didn't even want to break the silence, like speaking would give whatever had happened a way back in. The last 3 miles back to the trailhead stretched on longer than they should have. Every snap of a branch, every movement in the brush, every shift in the wind had me jerking my head around. I kept checking over my shoulder, scanning the ridgeline, watching the tree lean. Nothing. Only woods. Only the kind of emptiness that should have been comforting but wasn't. When I got back to my truck, the relief of shutting the door and hearing the dull thud of it sealing out the world was stronger than I could describe. My dog jumped into the passenger seat like he couldn't get out fast enough, and I just sat there for a long while, hands on the wheel, trying to let the weight of it settle. Over the years since, I've told myself the same explanation again and again. Sound carries in strange ways in the hills. People test out strange things in the woods sometimes. Music, instruments, recordings. Maybe I walked into a perfect set of conditions that made it seem closer, louder, stranger than it really was. That's what I cling to. That's the story I keep. But I can still remember how sharp it was, how much it pressed in, how it felt less like sound traveling across distance, and more like it was being poured straight into my ears. I can still see the way my dog froze, how his body told me it wasn't just in my head. I've walked that same loop dozens of times since, in every season, in every kind of weather. I've never heard it again. Just once, on that spring afternoon, with no one else around. And that's the thing that makes it stick with me more than any other strange sound I've ever heard out there. Most things in the woods, if you spend enough time, you can explain. This one, no matter how many times I try to wrap it in logic, still doesn't sit right. It hasn't stopped me from walking those trails, but it's changed the way I listen. Every time I step into the woods now, I pay closer attention. Every rustle, every call, every snap. Because I know that sometimes, in the quietest parts of the park, you can stumble into things you can't see, but can hear as if they're standing right next to you. And once you've heard something like that, the silence that follows never feels the same again. I used to work in a rainforest in Southeast Asia many years ago, doing field work that involved spending long nights collecting data on insects. It wasn't glamorous work, and it wasn't comfortable either, but it had its own kind of rhythm. The kind of job where your senses tune to the environment, every sound and smell, every shift in the air, every flicker of light through the trees. One of the main things we did at night was trap moths. It was simple in theory, but in practice it meant sitting for hours in the middle of the jungle at a small clearing with a big white sheet strung up, a lamp shining against it, powered by a noisy little generator. The light drew in moths and other insects, and we recorded them, identified species, and sometimes collected samples. What the insects drew in, though, was more than just moths. Frogs would hop in from the edges, drawn by the easy feast of smaller bugs clustering around the sheet. That in turn brought snakes, which slid quietly through the grass, coiling near the frogs. And bigger things lurked at the edge of the food chain, always watching for a chance. The trap became its own little ecosystem for a few hours, a glowing magnet for life in the darkness. The trap site was about a mile away from camp. That mile didn't sound like much on paper, but out there was thick jungle, uneven trails, vines hanging low, roots underfoot waiting to twist your ankle if you weren't careful. Walking it in daylight was tiring. Walking it at night, carrying a flashlight, was different. Every step made you more aware of how far away you were from safety, how small you were in that ocean of trees. We rotated shifts. Some nights I'd be out there at 10 o'clock, some nights midnight, sometimes later. The worst shift was the 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. slot. That was when the jungle felt the heaviest, when your body craved sleep, but your eyes had to stay open, staring at the glowing sheet and waiting for something to happen. One cloudy night, I drew that dreaded 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. watch. The sky was thick and dark, and the air felt damp, heavy on my skin. Without starlight or moonlight, the clearing looked even smaller, swallowed on all sides by the tree line. When the jungle pressed close like that, it never let you forget how isolated you were. That night, there wasn't much insect activity. Sometimes the sheet would be covered, alive with fluttering wings, but now it was sparse. A few beetles, a stray moth or two. Even the frogs were quieter. I sat on my folding chair, head heavy, fighting the temptation to close my eyes. The hum of the generator droned on like white noise, and I stared at the light, the shadows of flying insects flickering across the sheet. Then I heard it, a rustle from the tree line. At first it was faint, and I didn't give it much thought. The jungle was never still. There were always movements, branches shifting, leaves dropping, something scurrying along the ground. But after a while I realized it wasn't the usual light shuffle of a small animal. It was heavier, deliberate. Leaves crunching under weight, not just brushing. I sat up straighter, the hairs on my arms prickling. The sound grew clearer, closer. My pulse quickened, and I felt sweat gather at the back of my neck. I aimed my flashlight toward the noise, but the beam only lit up the closest trees. Beyond that was just black. The rustling stopped, then started again, even closer this time. I thought of tigers. I'd been warned about them. Those sightings were rare. Still, the thought dug its way into my chest. A tiger could stalk silently for long stretches and then break cover without warning. I knew I was small enough to be prey if it decided I looked like food. I held my breath, straining to hear. The jungle seemed to hold still with me. My mind spun with the possibilities: wild boar, maybe, or a big monitor lizard. But the sound was too controlled, too steady. It wasn't the rooting chaos of a pig or the dragging slide of a reptile. It sounded like steps. And then it happened. From the edge of the trees, a face suddenly burst into view. Floating, disembodied in the dark, glowing from below. Eyes wide, mouth stretched open, screaming in a voice I couldn't even understand. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My whole body jolted. My chest seized up and my throat made a sound that was half yell, half gasp. My flashlight shook in my hand, the beam swinging wildly across the trees. For one stretched out second, I thought I was staring at something unnatural, something impossible. The face lingered just long enough for my stomach to drop, and then it vanished back into the trees. The scream broke off into high-pitched giggles as the sound faded into the darkness. I sat frozen in the chair, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. My breathing came sharp, shallow, like I just sprinted uphill. It took a long minute for my brain to catch up with what had happened. Slowly, as the adrenaline ebbed, the truth slipped through. It wasn't a ghost or a monster or anything out of place in the natural world. It was one of the local lumberjacks playing a joke. He'd used a torch under his face, holding it up to cast shadows so it looked like his head was glowing on its own. It was a trick I'd seen kids do at campfires back home, but out here in the middle of the jungle with my nerves stretched thin, it had worked perfectly. I sat there, still shaking, trying to calm myself. At first I felt raw fear, then embarrassment, then, finally, laughter bubbled out of me, shaky but real. I laughed harder than I'd expected, maybe just from the release of tension. Alone, in the dark, in front of that glowing sheet, I let out a laugh that sounded half-crazed. I wasn't even angry. He'd scared the life out of me, but it was brilliant in its own way. A perfect ambush. I imagined him sneaking up, stifling his laughter until the moment he jumped out. I could still hear faint chuckles echoing from the forest, trailing away as he moved on. I stayed jumpy for the rest of that shift. Every rustle made me twitch, every shadow looked like it might burst into life. But nothing else happened. Eventually my watch ended, and I packed up, shut down the generator, and walked a mile back to camp. The jungle felt heavier than usual on that walk, but I made it. When I crawled into my hammock just before dawn, I was still smiling in spite of myself. That night stuck with me more than most things I experienced in those years. I'd seen snakes coil around frogs. I'd seen the gleam of eyes at the edge of the firelight. I'd heard growls in the distance that froze me in place. But it was that human face bursting from the trees that really etched itself into my memory. Because in that split second, my mind had convinced me I was staring at something beyond explanation. Fear had filled in the blanks before reason could. And the lesson I carried from that night was simple. In the jungle, fear is always just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise up. Most of the time, it's nature reminding you how small you are. Sometimes, though, it's another human being laughing in the dark, reminding you that you're never as alone out there as you think. I've been a ranger for years now, and the longer I've worked out here, the more I've learned that scary doesn't always look the same. Sometimes it's nature itself, so big and empty it feels like it's swallowing you. Sometimes it's the animals, reminding you that no matter how smart or strong you think you are, you're still prey if the wrong set of eyes settles on you. And sometimes the worst moments come from people, the ones who step into the wilderness and bring something much darker with them. One stretch of trail I'll never forget was on the Tongariro circuit. I wasn't stationed there long, but I had to help monitor hikers between huts and check conditions on the ridge. The first time I walked that section late in the day, I understood why people said it could feel endless. The ridge was barren, stripped down to rock, dust, and wind. No trees, no shade, just a faint line of the trail marked by little flags that reached out ahead of me, one after another, like someone had planted them all the way to the horizon. It was near the end of the day, and I was dragging my boots one step at a time. I wasn't in danger. I had more than enough food, water, warm gear, but tiredness in that kind of place doesn't feel normal. It gets into your head. With every flag I passed, the world felt stuck. The ridge didn't change. The horizon didn't change. The air was the same dry scrape in my throat. I kept moving forward, but it felt like I wasn't. At some point, I caught myself thinking maybe I had already died out there, and this was all I had left, just an endless walk along a ridge that never ended. It sounds strange to say it out loud, but when you're that tired, your brain plays tricks. The land was stripped of distractions, so my mind filled the silence with something worse. I pushed harder, focusing on the flags, counting steps, reminding myself there was a hut waiting on the other side. But that sense of being nowhere, of walking through a place outside of time, has stuck with me more than almost anything else I've seen. Animals bring another kind of edge. In southern British Columbia, I was on a hike to a lookout, nothing special, just a long, steady climb. On the way up, everything was calm, normal, nothing out of place. But on the way back down, maybe 15, 20 minutes after passing a section of trail, there was fresh cougar scat right in the middle of the path. Fresh enough that it was warm and still had that sharp smell to it. That's the kind of thing that makes the hair rise on your neck instantly. It's one thing to know you're in cougar country, to remind yourself to be loud and stay aware. It's another to see evidence that one is right there, close enough that it had probably seen you before you saw it. We were a small group of healthy adults, no kids, no dogs, so the chance of an attack wasn't high, but not high doesn't mean zero. That walk back down the mountain was tense. Every snap of a branch, every rustle in the brush, had me glancing over my shoulder. The forest suddenly felt too quiet, too watchful. You start to picture a set of eyes fixed on you, following your every step, waiting. When we finally reached the trailhead, it was like stepping back into a world where you could breathe again. But animals at least have rules. People don't always. One of the worst scares I've had came when I was hiking in the Glass House Mountains. I was with a friend, just the two of us. We reached the summit and ran into a man up there. At first, it was just normal talk, nothing strange. Then his tone shifted. The comments got personal, then uncomfortable. It didn't take long before his words were crawling over us like insects, suggestive things that left no doubt what was on his mind. That's when I felt something deeper than the fear of animals. With wildlife, you know what they want. With a man like that, you don't. My friend cut the moment short, said we should leave, and we started heading back down. He tried to follow. The whole trail down, I could feel him behind us, hear him. My stomach was tight the whole way, heart pounding in a way it never did with cougars or bears. When a muscular hiker finally stepped in and blocked him, we got the chance to get out fast. That night, though, it wasn't over. Sitting near our tent, quiet, hidden, we heard him again, his voice at the neighboring camp, asking if anyone had seen two women. My blood went cold. We stayed silent, pulled into our tent, praying he'd pass by. Later, we learned he had gone door to door at hostels and camps, looking for us. That night, more than any night I've spent deep in the wild, I felt hunted, and not by an animal. Other scares come fast and loud. I remember one night in Maine, sitting around a fire. It was calm, quiet, just a crackle of wood. Then a crashing sound exploded from the trees, so sudden and violent it made my chest jolt. Instinct kicked in. We bolted for the van. From the window, we watched as a massive bull moose tore straight through the campsite, antlers wide, body pounding through the firelight, and vanished back into the woods. The raw size of it was shocking. If we'd been a few feet closer, that animal would have flattened us without slowing down. But the strangest moment I've ever had came in the Rockies. Halfway through a hike, far from the crowds, we heard it, a loud, high-pitched scream in the distance. Everyone froze. It sounded like a cougar. We stayed alert, moved cautiously, scanning the trees. Then something stranger happened. My friend suddenly started laughing. At first, I thought maybe she was just breaking the tension, but then her laugh shifted. It didn't sound like her anymore. It sounded like it was coming from all around us. Then another laugh, mine but not mine. Then more, until the sound of our own voices was circling us from the woods, faint but clear. It's hard to explain the way it felt. The hairs on my arms were standing straight up. My skin crawled. Rationally, I told myself it had to be echoes or maybe some strange bird call twisting in our ears. But knowing that didn't help. The sound of yourself, thrown back at you from the dark trees, does something to your mind. We pressed on to where the trail joined with a busier route, and the laughter faded, but the whole way I kept waiting for it to start again. That's the thing about being a ranger out here. The wilderness doesn't always try to kill you with storms or predators. Sometimes it gets into your head, strips things down until your own thoughts turn dangerous. Sometimes the danger is a man who doesn't care about rules. Sometimes it's a bull moose reminding you how fragile you really are. Looking back, I think the worst of it isn't any single moment. It's the combination. The barren ridges where the world feels endless. The cougar scat still steaming on the trail. The man in the glass house mountains who wanted to follow us into the dark. The moose bursting through camp like a freight train. The laughter in the trees that sounded like me. Each one is different, but they all leave the same weight behind. The reminder that no matter how prepared you are, the wilderness is bigger, stranger, and sometimes more dangerous than you can ever be ready for. That weight is what stays with you when the shift ends, when the trail is behind you, when you're back in your cabin with a locked door. It's not a story about ghosts. It's not about myths. It's about real things, land, animals, people, and the way they can all twist into fear. And the clearest ending I can give is this. I'm still here. I keep walking the trails, keep checking the camps, keep stepping back out into places that make my pulse quicken. Because the fear never leaves, but neither does the pull of the wild. I've been a park ranger for a good number of years now, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people stop dead in their tracks. When you work in places that once had very different purposes, you inherit their history along with the woods, trails, and wildlife. One of the scariest times I ever had on the job was when I worked at a national wildlife refuge that used to be part of an old Army research and development facility. Before the land was transferred over, the Army used it to test things, build things, burn things, and then bury things they didn't want anyone to find. The place had already gone through nearly a decade of cleanup by the time it opened to the public. But even with all that work, there were still reminders everywhere of what it had once been. When I first started, I was briefed about what to expect. The supervisors told me there could still be old bunkers hidden back in the woods, barbed wire strung across forgotten paths, or chunks of concrete sticking out of the ground where old facilities used to stand. They told me to keep an eye out for random pieces of metal, test dummies, even rusted out drones. The public wasn't allowed off the trails at all, but as a ranger, I had to go off trail often. Whether it was chasing down reports of someone ignoring the rules, checking animal traps, or just inspecting old infrastructure, I found myself in the thick of the woods where most visitors never set foot. And those woods had a strange weight to them, like the land itself remembered what had been done there. One late afternoon, I had to go out farther than usual. I was following up on some flag boundary posts that had shifted after a storm. The maps show me where the markers were supposed to be, but when I got to the general area, I realized I'd have to bushwhack deep into a section far off the trails. That wasn't unusual, but something about that day already felt heavy. The clouds were low and gray, the kind that made the woods darker than they should have been. The air was still, no birds chirping, no rustle of squirrels, just me crunching through undergrowth. The deeper I went, the more it felt like the woods had closed in around me. At one point, I stopped to catch my breath and get my bearings with the GPS. That's when I saw them. Figures standing in the distance, partially obscured by the brush. At first, I froze. My gut reaction was that they were hunters. That wasn't uncommon, especially given the location. People ignore the rules all the time. The thought hit me immediately. If they were hunters, they might be armed, and if they didn't expect a ranger to sneak up on them, things could get tense fast. My stomach dropped, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. I watched for a while. The figures didn't move. Not a step, not a shift, nothing. That was even worse in a way. My brain ran through scenarios. Were they watching me, waiting, deciding what to do? I adjusted my radio and took a few steps closer, my boots crunching through dead leaves. I didn't call him back up because I didn't want to make a big deal out of what might just be people breaking the rules. Still, every step closer made me feel like I was walking towards something that wasn't quite right. As I closed the distance, I could finally make out more detail. There were about 6 of them, spread loosely in a small clearing. They were dressed in military uniforms, the fabric burned and blackened in patches. Their arms hung at their sides, heads tilted slightly down. My chest tightened, and I almost turned back, but I forced myself to keep moving. Something about them was wrong. When I got close enough to finally see clearly, the tension snapped in a single wave of relief and horror. They weren't people at all. They were mannequins. 6 badly burnt mannequins, standing in formation, still wearing scorched uniforms. The empty faces, melted and warped by fire, were turned toward nothing in particular. My hands shook as I realized I'd been holding my breath the whole time. The mannequins were stiff, lifeless, but in that setting they looked almost alive, like I'd stumbled into some nightmare. I walked among them, feeling unsettled. Their uniforms were still in decent shape despite the burns. The ground around them was littered with charred scraps, as if they'd been part of some old test that had ended decades ago. The strangest part was how they had been left standing, perfectly arranged, almost like a forgotten platoon. I didn't stay long. I finished my work nearby as quickly as I could, but the image of those figures stuck with me. When I got back later, I did some digging through old records and eventually learned that the Army had once tested flame-retardant fabrics there. The mannequins were likely used in those experiments, set up in uniform to see how well the material would resist fire. They were just never cleaned up after the testing ended. That explained it, but the knowledge didn't make the sight any less unsettling. That was just one of the many odd things I found during my time there. Another time, I stumbled across a half-eaten body. It was a man who'd gone missing for a while. Coyotes had gotten to him before we did. There wasn't much left to recognize, just torn clothing, bones, and the unmistakable smell of decay. I had to call it in and wait with the remains until law enforcement arrived. Standing out there alone, with the sounds of coyotes yipping faintly in the distance, was one of the loneliest, eeriest moments of my life. You don't forget something like that. Then there was the 4th of July incident. A group of people had broken into the refuge and decided it would be a great idea to throw a party. By the time I got there, they had already set off a bunch of fireworks and left trash everywhere. Some of them were clearly high on something stronger than alcohol. They didn't put up much of a fight, but the mess they left behind took days to clean up. The fact that they were lighting fireworks in an area full of dry brush was bad enough. But what bothered me most was how little they seemed to care about where they were. To them, it was just another spot to trash. To me, it was land that had already seen too much abuse. Over time, I got used to the strange atmosphere of that refuge. The place never felt like other parks I worked at. There was always this undercurrent, like the land carried memories of what had been forced to endure. Old barbed wire fences hidden in the undergrowth would snag your pants out of nowhere. Rusted out steel drums would sit half buried in the mud. And here and there you'd stumble across concrete foundations where nothing but trees now grew. The mannequins, though, that was the moment that stuck with me the most. I still think about it sometimes when I'm out in the woods. It wasn't dangerous, not really. There were no ghosts, no supernatural forces, no threat waiting in the shadows. It was just a reminder of how easily you can trick yourself when you're alone, when your mind fills in the gaps before your eyes do. For a few tense minutes, I was convinced I was walking towards something deadly. Instead, it was a relic from decades ago, a handful of test dummies left to rot in the woods. The longer I worked there, the more I realized that fear doesn't always come from the unknown in a supernatural sense. Sometimes it comes from what's left behind by people, from things we don't clean up, from the marks we leave on the land and forget about. That refuge taught me that the scariest things in the woods aren't wolves or bears or ghost stories. They're reminders of what people are capable of, what they leave behind, and how easily you can stumble across it when you least expect it. Even now, years later, I can still picture those 6 mannequins in the clearing. I can still remember the way my stomach dropped, the silence of the woods pressing in on me, the certainty that I was walking into something bad. And though I know the truth now, though I know they were just remnants of an old test, the memory hasn't faded. I don't think it ever will. That day taught me that in this job, you don't just patrol trails and watch over wildlife. You walk through layers of history, some of it ugly, some of it frightening, and all of it still there, waiting to be found. And when you're out there alone, with nothing but your own thoughts and the weight of the land around you, even a pile of mannequins can feel like the scariest thing you've ever seen. I had been working as a park ranger for a while when something happened that still unsettles me whenever I think about it. It wasn't anything you'd see in a movie, no ghosts, no mysterious lights in the sky, no shadow creatures or anything like that. It was something that could have been explained by nature, or it could have been something much worse. The truth is, I'll never know for sure, and maybe that's what makes it so unsettling. It was a Saturday, a warm day in late summer. The forest was alive with the hum of insects, the chatter of birds, and the kind of sticky air that clings to your skin. My wife and I had decided to take advantage of my day off and go hiking. We brought our dog along, a strong, happy dog who loved nothing more than walking through the woods, her nose working overtime on every scent, her tail wagging nonstop. She had boundless energy, and I often joked that she could walk 30 miles without slowing down. We drove out to one of the more popular trails in the national forest where I worked. The first couple of miles of the trail were always busy because they led to a waterfall and swimming hole. Families came out with coolers. Young people hiked in to swim, and it wasn't unusual to see groups carrying towels and pool noodles up the trail. The place had a festive atmosphere at the beginning, with the sound of rushing water mixing with laughter. When we got there that morning, the lot was half full. People were unloading their cars, kids running ahead of their parents. We started down the trail, and it was pleasant, a well-worn path under a high canopy of oaks and maples. The ground was dry from a stretch of good weather, so the walking was easy, The dog was ecstatic, pulling at her leash, zigzagging as she tried to smell everything at once. The first mile, or two, passed quickly. We reached the waterfall where the crowd had gathered. People were stretched out on the rocks, some swimming, others just sitting and enjoying the spray of cold water. The pool at the base was clear and inviting, and I could see why most people stopped there. The sound of the falls drowned out everything else, a steady roar of water crashing down. But my wife and I had agreed earlier that we didn't want to stop there. We wanted a quieter hike away from the crowds. Past the waterfall, the trail climbed steeply. Not many people continued beyond that point, which was part of the appeal for us. We started up, legs burning a little from the sudden climb. The dog was still charging ahead, not bothered at all. After a while, the noise of the falls faded, replaced by the quieter sounds of the forest. The trail narrowed, twisting through thicker trees. The light dimmed as the canopy overhead grew denser, filtering the sun into a greenish glow. The air felt heavier, damper, and there was a stronger smell of earth and moss. We hiked for another mile, maybe two, without seeing a single person. It was the kind of quiet that made you notice every little sound. The rustle of leaves in the breeze, the snap of a twig underfoot, the occasional scolding cry of a bird. At one point, I heard the faint trickle of water somewhere downhill, probably a stream feeding into the falls below. Then, in the middle of one particularly dense section of trail, the dog froze. 1 second she was trotting happily, ears perked, tail wagging, and the next she locked up. She planted her feet, her entire body stiff. Her ears went forward and she stared straight ahead down the trail. I stopped, thinking maybe she'd spotted a deer. My wife stopped beside me. The dog didn't move, not a step. She was rigid, her muscles tense, her breathing suddenly faster. Then she whined, low at first, and pulled hard on the leash in the opposite direction, back the way we had come. I crouched a little, straining to hear. The forest was dead quiet. Not even a normal insect hum seemed to be there anymore. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I couldn't see anything unusual. The trail ahead looked the same as before, darker, thicker with brush, the kind of place where the light barely reached the ground. Nothing moved. No birds, no deer, nothing. But the dog was terrified. Her tail tucked down, ears flattened, and she tried to pull us backward, whining louder. She wasn't just being stubborn. I had never before, and have never since, seen her behave that way. It was pure fear. My mind started racing. It could have been a bear. Black bears are common in that forest. If one was on the trail ahead of us, it made sense the dog would pick up its scent before we did. Or maybe a coyote. They usually avoid people, but you never know. Then another thought crept in, one that I didn't say out loud, but that I couldn't ignore. There had been reports, here and there, of strange people living out in the forest. Not campers, not backpackers, but people who had gone off-grid, people who didn't want to be found. Sometimes hunters spotted them in the distance. Sometimes other hikers reported feeling watched. I'd heard enough stories in my time as a ranger to know that it wasn't impossible. I stood there longer than I should have, staring down the trail, trying to convince myself to keep going. My wife waited quietly, holding the leash as the dog strained to retreat. The silence pressed in on me. My skin prickled, and I realized I was sweating, not from the climb, but from something else, something like dread. Finally, I decided to listen to the dog. We turned around and started back the way we came, moving faster than before. The dog pulled hard, almost dragging us. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone stepping out onto the trail behind us. The forest stayed quiet all the way down. Too quiet. Normally, heading downhill, you'd hear birds again or the buzz of insects, but it wasn't until we got much closer to the waterfall that the normal forest sounds returned. It was like crossing an invisible line. Suddenly the world was alive again. The roar of the falls ahead. The voices of people carrying up from the swimming hole. The dog relaxed as soon as the noise reached us. Her tail came back up, her ears perked, and she stopped pulling. By the time we reached the crowd of the falls, she looked completely normal again, tongue lolling, happy as ever. We didn't talk much on the way back to the car. The lot was even fuller now. Kids running with wet hair, people unloading picnic baskets. Everything felt ordinary again, but I couldn't shake the tightness in my chest. That night, lying in bed, I kept replaying it in my mind. The way the dog froze, the silence in the woods, the feeling of being watched, even though I never saw a thing. I thought about the possibilities. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was nothing more than that, and the dog reacted the way any smart animal would. Or maybe it was a person, someone who had no reason to be out there, someone hiding and watching. That possibility made my skin crawl more than the thought of a bear ever could. In my years as a ranger, I've seen enough to know the woods hold plenty of dangers. Animals, sure, but also people. I've come across old camps where someone had clearly been living in the forest for months. I've found animal carcasses stripped in ways that didn't look like hunting. I've heard stories from other rangers about hikers who went missing without explanation. That day with my wife, and my dog still stands out because of how close it felt. It wasn't just a story someone told me. It wasn't something I read in a report. It was something I felt in my bones that whatever was up ahead on that trail, we didn't want to meet it. And the part that still lingers, the part that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I think about it, is that I will never know for sure. I'll never know if we turn around just in time, avoiding something dangerous. I'll never know if we were a few steps away from walking into a bear or into the path of a stranger who didn't want to be found. What I do know is that my dog had never acted like that before, and she never did again. For all her boundless energy and fearless attitude, that one time in that dense stretch of forest, she was terrified, and I trusted her enough to listen. I think about it whenever I hike now, especially when I'm alone in the deeper parts of the forest. I remind myself that the woods are beautiful, but they are not empty, and not everything that lives in them wants to be seen. That day, we walked back out alive, the sound of the waterfall chasing away whatever silence had followed us. Maybe it was just an animal. Maybe it was something worse. But we'll never know, and that's the truth that keeps me cautious every time I step off the beaten path. I have been working as a ranger in the Rockies for a while, but there are certain days that burn themselves into memory so deeply that I can still smell the air and feel the cold water on my skin when I think back on them. This one happened during a time when I was in a dark place personally. I was angry, restless, and carrying the weight of depression on my back heavier than any gear I had ever hiked with. I had been trying to get away from the mess of a relationship that was falling apart, and my head felt so clouded I couldn't think straight. The only thing that seemed to bring me some relief was disappearing into the mountains, off trail, where there was no one around to bother me. It was early spring in Colorado, the kind of season where the weather doesn't make up its mind. Patches of snow clung to the shaded slopes, while other areas were muddy, with small streams of meltwater cutting through the forest floor. I hadn't made a plan that morning. I just grabbed my pack, some basic gear, and started moving. I wasn't looking for anything. I wasn't trying to reach a summit or a lake. I just wanted to get away from the noise inside my own head. I remember crossing a shallow stream, balancing myself on a few slick rocks when my foot slipped and the ice gave way. I went straight down, landing hard on my back in freezing water. For a moment, I just lay there, staring up at the gray sky through bare branches, listening to the water trickling around me. My pants were soaked through, my pack had splashed down too, and I thought about just giving up and turning back. But something inside me snapped in the other direction. I told myself I wasn't going back to the car, not yet. If I had to spend the rest of the day wet and miserable, so be it. It felt better than sitting in silence somewhere else, thinking about my life. So I climbed back onto my feet, dripping and pressed on. The ground began to rise, and soon I was making my way up a steep, wooded slope. The air thinned a little with elevation, and the climb made me warm despite my soaked clothes. The earth was soft and broken in places, damp with meltwater. I grabbed roots and rocks to steady myself. Near the top, the slope opened into a kind of flat, and that's when I noticed something pale on the ground in front of me. At first, it looked like a piece of fallen wood, bleached by weather. But when I stepped closer, I saw the rounded end, the hollow shaft, and I knew immediately it was a bone. I stopped and crouched down, brushing aside the leaves around it. It was a leg bone, long and thick, probably from a large animal. Elk or deer most likely, though in that moment, with my heart already unsettled, it didn't sit right. A few feet ahead, half buried in the soil and tangled in dry grass, I saw more. A tangle of bones scattered between two low mounds, as if something had dragged a carcass up there and left it to decay. There were long, thin limb bones, broken in places, the curve of ribs half buried in soil, and the unmistakable shape of a spine laid out in an arc. I crouched lower, looking for signs of how old it was. There wasn't any fresh blood, no smell of rot, but the bones hadn't weathered enough to look ancient either. Some of them still had traces of tendon or darkened hide clinging to them. It hadn't been years, maybe months. I froze in place then because as soon as I took it all in, my instinct screamed at me that I had wandered into the wrong spot. The way the bones were arranged didn't look like a natural death. It looked like a feeding area, like something with strength had carried a kill here, stripped it clean, and left the remains scattered. The forest went silent as I realized where I was standing. No bird calls, no rustle of squirrels in the branches. Just a faint drip of melting snow sliding off rocks and the hard thud of my heart in my chest. I slowly scanned the trees around me, every shadow looking darker than it should. I hadn't heard anything on my way up, no snap of branches or low growls, but predators didn't always announce themselves. A mountain lion could have been lying flat 30 feet away, and I wouldn't have seen it until it moved. Bears too. I thought about how quiet the bones made the place feel. Like everything else, already knew this hill belonged to something, and I was the only fool walking into it. I told myself to leave. Carefully. No running. No sudden movements. Just back down the hill, slow, calm. Before I turned, I reached for my phone and took a couple of quick pictures. Maybe part of me thought I would want proof later. Maybe it was just habit from documenting finds in the park. I don't really know, but after slipping the phone back into my pocket, I stepped away from the bones and began easing downhill. The slope was steep, covered in loose dirt and slick patches of snow. My boots slid a few times, and I had to steady myself with my hands. I got maybe halfway down when I stopped. Something in me was arguing against leaving. Maybe it was the same stubbornness that had kept me from turning back after falling in the stream. Maybe it was the haze of my mood, not wanting to admit fear. I kept thinking maybe I was overreacting. Bones weren't unusual in the backcountry. Predators made kills. Winter took the week. Maybe it was old, and I was just reading too much into it. I stood there on the slope, breathing hard, staring back up through the trees. The bones were out of sight, hidden behind the lip of the hill, but I couldn't shake the pull. I wanted to go back. I didn't want to retreat all the way to the car with nothing but wet pants and an uneasy feeling. So I turned and started climbing again. 5 steps, digging my boots into the soft ground, using my hands on trunks to keep steady. And that's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was close. The sound of weight shifting on damp ground. A branch pressing down, then springing back. Definite movement, right near the top of the hill where the bones lay. It wasn't the scratchy, erratic sound of a bird hopping in leaves or the light patter of squirrel. It was heavier, measured, something walking. I froze instantly, one hand braced on a tree. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I waited, barely breathing, ears straining. Another step came. Slow, heavy, not running, not startled. Just there. That was all it took. My stubbornness dissolved into pure instinct. I turned back downhill, not caring how quiet I was anymore. I needed distance between me and whatever had claimed that hill. The ground betrayed me fast. My boots slipped out from under me, and I skidded a few feet before catching myself on a rock. Dirt smeared down my arms. I scrambled lower, half sliding, half stumbling, branches snapping against my pack. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might give me away. When I reached the stream again at the bottom, I tried to cross fast, stepping from rock to rock, but the ice broke under me again and I plunged knee-deep into freezing water. The shock of it cut through me like a blade, but I pushed myself out and didn't stop. Cold water poured into my boots, soaking me all over again, but I just kept moving. I didn't look back until I was far down the valley, And even then, all I saw was the quiet line of trees on the ridge. No movement, no shape, nothing chasing me. But the silence back on that hill had been real, and the weight of those bones scattered under the trees stayed in my head the whole way back. By the time I reached my car, I was shivering so hard my teeth hurt. My clothes were plastered to me with icy water, and my hands shook as I tried to get the key into the lock. I sat there for a while before starting the engine, staring out at the forest. I didn't go back up that trail. I didn't try to find the bones again, even later. I reported what I saw, passed along the photos, but deep down I knew that whatever I stumbled into wasn't unusual for the mountains. Predators needed to eat. Bones scattered in the woods weren't strange. What was strange was how it felt to stand there, alone, realizing I wasn't at the top of the food chain, realizing that something unseen was close enough to watch me decide whether I would step forward or turn back. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't a legend. It was just the raw fact of being out there, beyond the safety of a trail, where every sound and every shadow carried weight. That day reminded me, in a way I'll never forget, that the Rockies aren't a backdrop for my troubles. They're alive, indifferent, and filled with things much stronger and sharper than me. And the truth is, I left because I wanted to live, even if I didn't realize it fully then. I spent most of my life working outdoors, whether it was tending land, walking fence lines, or later when I signed on to be a ranger for the state park system. You see a lot when you're outside, every day. The woods, fields, and shorelines have a way of revealing things to you that most people never notice. I've always said the hardest part of the job wasn't the wild animals, or even the weather, but the people. And one afternoon, watching my grandbaby and her sitter walk down toward the beach, I learned just how right I was. That summer had been hot and dry. I've been out nearly every morning cutting drainage ditches to keep the low areas from holding water too long after the storms rolled through. It was the kind of work where you keep your head down, your hands busy, and your ears open. I knew the sounds of my property better than most people know their own living rooms. So when the two girls stepped out that morning, it caught my eye right away. The babysitter was only 13, still a kid herself, but she was a good girl, trustworthy, and eager to take on responsibility. She had my grandbaby in tow, just 5 years old, small but full of fire, wearing one of those floppy sun hats my wife had insisted on buying. The sitter had packed them a bag, blanket, snacks, water, towels, and I could tell from the way she adjusted the straps that she was proud to be in charge. They had it in their heads to walk across the farm lots, through the grass and scrub, down to the Soundside Beach. It was about 1.5 miles, maybe a little more, not an easy walk for little legs, but the sitter seemed confident. The dogs went with them, as they always did. 2 mastiffs lumbered along, wide-chested and steady, more like shadows of the kids and pets. They weren't trained for guarding in the strict sense, but they knew their family. You could see in the way they stayed between the girls and the open field. Then, waddling out from the porch, came the duck. He'd been born with a crooked wing, never could fly, so my wife kept him as a pet. He was part of the family too, in his own way, following the baby around like a feathered little brother. When the baby scooped him up before leaving, I shook my head but didn't stop her. That duck had a stubborn streak and wouldn't quit following until he got where he wanted anyway. I figured the crew would have themselves a fine picnic. The beach wasn't fancy, just a curve of sand and some driftwood, but the water was shallow and calm most days. From my spot on the tractor, I imagined them spreading out a blanket, eating the peanut butter sandwiches and cut fruit my wife had sent along, splashing at the edge of the sound until they got tired. Sure enough, later that afternoon when I looked across, I could see their shapes moving along the shoreline. At first everything looked fine. The girls laid out in the sun. The dogs roamed but never far, circling back, keeping a steady eye. Even the duck plopped down like he owned the place. But as time went on, I noticed something strange. The mastiffs weren't behaving the way they usually did. They weren't just wandering, they were posting up, blocking, moving in unison like they had some unseen command. At first, I thought it was just the duck messing with them. He had this odd effect on the dogs, as though they'd take his waddles and squawks as instructions. But after a while, I realized it wasn't just play. Their heads were up, ears perked, and their eyes were all drawn to the same direction, away from the water, toward the tree line that marked the edge of the unused farm lot. Then came the other two dogs from the house, running hard across the field, not playfully, but with urgency. I knew right then something was wrong. The sitter must have sensed it too, because not long after, she had the baby up, their things packed, and she was pulling clothes on over her bathing suit. The picnic was over. From where I was working the tractor, I decided to swing around and meet them halfway, save them the long walk back. When I came up, they looked worn out, but calm enough. The sitter was holding the baby's hand, the dogs clustered close, the duck back under the girl's arm like luggage. Everything seemed fine, until I glanced up across the unplanted section of the lot. That's when I saw him. A man, full-sized, running hard across the bare patch of dirt. Not walking, not meandering, not someone who'd gotten turned around. Running. Fast, purposeful, moving toward the Sound Beach access point, but not in any direction that made sense for a hiker or neighbor. My stomach dropped. That patch of land wasn't anywhere near a marked trail. It wasn't a place someone would stumble across while sightseeing. To be back there, you'd either have to come in through the Sound by boat or cut across private land and fences. Either way, you weren't there by accident. I didn't let the girls notice. I loaded them on the tractor, got them home safe, and handed them off to my wife without saying much. But my mind was already working, churning over what I'd just seen. I gathered up my field hands, two strong boys who'd been with me for years, and told them we had to check something. We rode back toward the lot where I'd seen the man. The dogs came too, still bristling, still uneasy. When we got there, it was quiet. Too quiet. The sand and dirt showed tracks, fresh prints, heavy boots, moving quick. They weren't the kind of meandering prints of a hiker. They were deep, spaced wide, like someone covering ground in a hurry. The prints led toward the beach access, but disappeared where the harder-packed sand began. We searched around, eyes scanning the brush, the driftwood, the waterline. Nothing. No sign of a boat. No discarded pack. No sign that anyone had simply come to fish or explore. The only thing we knew for certain was that someone had been out there close enough to watch two kids playing on the beach, close enough that the dogs had felt it before I did. Whoever it was had no business being there. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking about what could have happened if the dogs hadn't sensed it, if the sitter had lingered longer, if I hadn't come by with the tractor when I did. A 13-year-old and a 5-year-old alone on the beach, with someone hiding in the scrub watching them. The thought made me sick. Over the next few days, I kept a closer eye on the property. I walked the fence lines, checked the beach access points, and scanned the lot from the tractor. Nothing turned up, but I knew what I'd seen. Tracks don't lie. Weeks later, I got word from one of the neighboring farms that someone had been spotted cutting through at odd hours. No one ever got a name or a clear look, just a shadow of a man, always moving quick, never staying long enough to be caught. I don't know what his purpose was. Maybe he was just trespassing, looking for a shortcut. Maybe worse. All I knew was he'd been close, too close to my family. After that day, I made a new rule. The kids weren't to go down to the beach alone, not even with the dogs, not even with the duck. I hated to put a fence around their freedom, but I couldn't take that risk again. The mastiffs seemed to understand. They'd sit on the porch now, watching the fields, heads turning toward the beach whenever the wind carried a sound from that direction. The duck, stubborn as ever, still followed the baby everywhere, still bossed the dogs around, but even he seemed uneasy when we walked too close to the lot. It was a reminder I'll never forget. The land feels safe when you know it like the back of your hand. But just beyond what you can see, there's always the chance someone else is out there, watching, waiting, moving through the brush. You can't take anything for granted. That day ended with everyone safe at home, thank God. But it could have gone differently. It could have been the kind of story that gets told with tears and warnings instead of relief. And to this day, whenever I think back on it, I'm grateful for the dogs, for their instincts, and even for that stubborn duck. Because as strange as it sounds, maybe it was the ducks squawking and waddling that kept the dogs sharp, that kept them alert, that bought just enough time for me to see what was coming. I've seen a lot of my years outdoors, but nothing has unsettled me more than that moment. Looking up from my work, watching my grandbaby and her sitter walk across the field, and realizing that someone else, a stranger, had been out there too, running fast, close enough to change everything. That's the kind of thing that stays with you. And it's why, no matter how peaceful the day looks, I never stop paying attention. I worked as a tree planter in northern Ontario, deep in the boreal forest where the land stretched for miles without a single sign of towns or houses. The only way in or out was through endless logging roads, many of them rough, washed out, or barely held together with gravel and dirt. Once you got a few hours down those roads, it was like stepping into another world. You lost cell signal quickly, and the deeper you went, the more you realized how cut off you really were. For weeks at a time, the only shelter I had was a tent set up in a clearing surrounded by trees so thick and tall it felt like the forest was swallowing us whole. Planting itself was exhausting. Long days under the hot sun, bugs constantly biting, the ground rough with roots, rocks, and soggy patches of muskeg that could swallow your boots if you weren't careful. Every day, I would load up with bags of seedlings, walk out into my assigned cut block, and drop trees one after another in neat spacing, hundreds or even thousands in a single day. It was lonely work sometimes. You might be half a kilometer from the nearest planter, and once you got moving, the sound of the wind and your own breath were all you had for company. But what stuck with me most from that season wasn't just the work, or the exhaustion, or even the bugs. It was the things that happened out there. Things that reminded me just how small I was compared to that forest, how easy it would be to disappear without a trace, and how dangerous the wildlife really was. One story came from another planter I knew. He'd been out in his section one afternoon when he stumbled across something strange. In the middle of nowhere, far from any road or trail, he found a backpack lying in the brush. It wasn't old and torn like something abandoned years ago. It looked almost fresh, like it had been dropped there not too long ago. Inside, he found shoes, clothes, a wallet with a school ID, and even a film camera. He carried it back to camp that evening, and everyone crowded around to see. Nobody had any clue how it had ended up out there. This was not hiking territory, not a place where a student would be exploring. The ground was brutal, the brush thick, and it was hours away from any access road. It didn't make sense. Some people thought maybe it fell out a helicopter, or maybe it belonged to a forestry worker who'd been surveying years before, but the item seemed too out of place. To this day, I can't explain it, and honestly, it put a chill in my gut. Because if someone had been out there where we worked carrying that bag, then where did they go? That story alone was strange enough, but the forest gave me my own scares too. Scares that felt too close for comfort. The first was one morning when I woke up to find my tent vestibule collapsed in on itself. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Maybe a pole had given way in the night. But when I pushed it back out and looked closer, I saw a long tear cut right through the fabric, clean and deep. My stomach sank when I realized what it was. A bare claw mark, for clean rips dragged across the nylon, like it was nothing. I had slept through the whole thing, which was even worse. I lay there in my sleeping bag, thinking about how close I had come to waking up with a bear standing over me. It must have walked right through camp in the night, pawed at my tent, and moved on. The thought of it made me sick. Another time, I was planting and turned a corner along the block edge. When I stepped out of the brush, I froze. 10 feet ahead of me, standing still and tall, was a wolf. It wasn't some mangy, coyote-looking thing either. It was big, its coat thick and gray, its eyes locked straight on me. For a long second, neither of us moved. I felt my whole body tighten, my breath caught in my chest. 10 feet is nothing, and a wolf that close could take you down before you could even think of running. But then, just as quick as it had appeared, it turned and melted back into the trees, gone like smoke. I stood there shaking, realizing how easily that encounter could have gone another way. But the scariest moment for me happened later that same season. I was planting a stretch of rough, rocky ground. I'd already passed through once, laying seedlings in neat lines, then circled back around to pick up another row. When I returned to the spot I'd been working just 5 minutes earlier, I saw fresh tracks pressed deep into the soil. Bare tracks. Not just one set either, too. A mother and a cub. My stomach dropped as I followed the trail with my eyes and realized what it meant. While I'd had my head down planting trees, a mother bear and her cub had walked right behind me, close enough that if I'd turned around, I would have seen them. Anyone who spent time in bear country knows the rule. You never want to get between a mother and her cub. That's one of the most dangerous situations you can find yourself in. Standing there in the block, sweat dripping down my face, I thought about how exposed I'd been. No weapon, no real way to defend myself. Nothing but my shovel and the small can of bear spray clipped to my belt. And they'd been right there, passing behind me like shadows while my back was turned. The idea that I could have spun around and startled them was enough to make my skin crawl. Those weeks in the bush taught me more about respect for the wilderness than anything else ever has. You get this idea that as long as you have your gear, your tent, and your camp, you're safe. But the truth is, you're never really in control out there. The forest is bigger, older, and wilder than anything you bring with you. The animals don't care about your plans, and the land can swallow you up without leaving a trace. By the end of that season, I carried those moments with me like warnings etched into my memory. The backpack in the woods reminded me that people can vanish out there, their belongings left behind with no explanation. The claw marks on my tent reminded me how thin the barrier was between safety and danger while I slept. The wolf reminded me that predators watch and move in silence, deciding in an instant whether you're prey. And the bear tracks behind me reminded me just how easily I could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. When I finally left camp at the end of the season and drove back down those logging roads towards civilization, I felt relief in my chest like a weight lifting off me. I made it through the season without getting hurt, but I knew it could have gone differently. Out there, survival is a fragile balance, and it doesn't take much to tip it. That forest will always stay with me. Not just the hard work of planting trees, but the reminders of how close I came to danger and how little control I really had in the face of wild Canada. The wildlife out there is no joke, and I'll never forget how it felt to stand in that silence, surrounded by miles of trees, realizing just how easily the forest could take everything from you. I've worked as a ranger for a long time, and in that time I've seen more than most people would ever want to. My job has put me in the middle of animal attacks, missing hikers, wildfire evacuations, and nights spent in remote backcountry cabins where the dark seems to weigh heavier than anywhere else. I thought I'd gotten used to that quiet sense of unease that comes with being out in the wild. But there's one morning that still shakes me, even now, and it started with nothing more than a simple walk with my dog. It was late summer, the kind of season where the air feels heavy at night, but cools down just enough before dawn to make you want to breathe it in deep. I lived in a small rental place back then, tucked on the edge of a semi-rural patch of land, where fields blended into thick tree lines. It wasn't exactly isolated, but the houses were spread out far enough that you could walk a mile without seeing anyone if you picked the right direction. Behind the property, the land dipped into a ravine that ran thick with spruce and alder. At the bottom, there was a creek that stayed cold year-round, a kind of lifeline for every animal in the area. That meant bears, coyotes, bobcats, even the occasional cougar. I was used to all of that. I'd been in the Park Service long enough to know how to act around them, how to spot the signs of their presence, how to stay calm even when adrenaline started to spike. So when I woke up around 5 o'clock that morning and decided to take my dog out, I didn't think much of it. He was an old mutt, gray around the muzzle, slow in his hips, but still strong enough to keep pace on our usual loop. I liked getting him out early, before the sun rose too high and the road got busy. That morning was thick with fog. I remember stepping off the porch and feeling the air almost cling to me. It wasn't the thin, wispy kind of fog that breaks apart with the first bit of sunlight. This was the kind that pooled low, heavy, and wet, so you could only see maybe 20 or 30 feet ahead at most. Beyond that, it was just a shifting wall of gray, the kind of fog that eats sound, too, making the world feel strangely muffled. Even the gravel under my boots seemed quieter than normal. We started off down our usual path, the dog padding along steady at my side. I could smell the damp earth, the wet grass, the faint sour tang of rotting leaves in the ditch line. The world felt closed in, like walking inside a tunnel with no walls. I could hear the creak faintly from the ravine, but I couldn't see the dip at all. Just grayness swallowing everything. About halfway down the road, I started to pick up my pace. I like to jog sometimes when it's cool enough, and the air that morning was perfect for it. I gave a little whistle to my dog and moved to start running. That's when he stopped dead. It wasn't a slow pause, either. 1 second he was moving, the next he locked up, planted stiff in the middle of the road. His ears went up, his hackles lifted, and then he gave a low growl that I'd never heard from him before. This wasn't the sharp warning growl he gave when a stranger came too close. This was deep, guttural, almost shaking, the kind of sound that comes from a place of pure instinct. I froze too, because when a dog like that reacts, you pay attention. I scanned the fog, trying to make out shapes. Nothing, just gray, moving slightly with the morning breeze. And then the sound came. I've been around a lot of animals. I've heard the coughing bark of cougars, the shrill yips of coyotes, the chest-deep huff of a black bear when it's close enough to smell. I know those sounds, and I respect them, but this sound didn't fit. It was like a scream, but low and guttural, tearing through the fog. It had a snarl threaded in it, like something angry, but it also carried this pitch that cut right through me. My stomach dropped the second it hit. My dog's growl turned into a snarl, teeth bared, body stiff, almost vibrating. He was old, but in that moment he looked ready to tear himself apart to fight whatever was out there. He wasn't looking at the road ahead either. He was staring hard toward the ravine, the dip where the fog seemed even thicker. I squinted into it, my pulse hammering in my ears, trying to force some shape out of the gray. For a split second, I thought I saw movement, just the faintest shift, like something darker sliding through the fog. Too big for a coyote, too fluid for a bear. My dog snapped his jaws and lunged forward against the leash like he wanted to charge. That's when instinct took over. I kicked it aside, not hard enough to hurt him, but enough to break his fixation, and I yanked us both into motion. We ran. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life, not even during drills back at the academy. The leash was tight in my fist, my boots hammering the gravel, the sound of my dog's breath right at my side. My chest was burning by the time we reached the gate, but I didn't stop. I slammed it shut, latched it with fumbling hands, and sprinted up the driveway. My legs were jelly by the time we hit the porch. Inside, I collapsed into the nearest chair, shaking. My lungs felt raw. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely hold onto the armrest. My dog didn't sit. He went straight to the window and planted himself there, hackles still up, teeth still showing, staring hard into the fog beyond the glass. He didn't bark. He just stood guard, chest heaving, like he was waiting for whatever was out there to follow us in. I stayed frozen for a long time. Minutes, maybe more. My ears strained for any sound through the walls. I thought I might hear the crunch of gravel, the snap of a branch, the shift of weight on the porch. But there was nothing, just that thick, swallowing silence. When the sun finally began to rise, burning through the fog in streaks, I felt a little safer. But I couldn't shake the weight of that sound. It had gone straight through me, like something primal in my brain recognized it before I could even process it. My dog eventually laid down by the door, but he didn't relax. Not really. His ears flicked at every small sound, his eyes never leaving that side of the yard. I tried to tell myself it had to be a cougar, maybe a bear, maybe even a pack of coyotes, though it hadn't sounded like them. But I'd heard all those things before, dozens of times, and this was different. The pitch, the depth, the way it felt more than heard, it carried wrongness with it, like it didn't belong. That feeling stayed with me all day. I went back out later, once the sun was high, to check the road and the ravine. I wanted to see prints, scat, anything that would explain what we'd heard. But there was nothing. The gravel showed no fresh tracks. The edges of the ravine were damp with dew, but unbroken. Even the usual signs of raccoon or deer traffic seemed lighter than normal. It was like nothing had passed through it all. I don't spook easy, but that unsettled me more than I'd like to admit. Out here, animals always leave signs. When they don't, when sound fills the air, but evidence is missing, that's when the mind starts to spiral. Over the next week, I noticed changes in my dog. He still walked with me, but he no longer set foot near the ravine. He'd pull the leash tight to keep to the opposite side of the road, body tense until we passed the dip. At night, he paced the house more, ears always flicking, sometimes growling low at the windows. He was old, yes, but I knew him well enough to know this wasn't age. This was fear burned into memory. I forced myself to log the incident, the way I would with any strange wildlife activity. My report was plain, clinical, stripped of the gut feelings that kept me up at night. I wrote that it was most likely a cougar or a distressed bear, and I noted the absence of tracks as unusual but not impossible. That was all I could write without sounding unprofessional. But in truth, I knew it was something else, something I couldn't name, and that's what made it worse, because I can handle danger. I can handle animals that I know, even when they're unpredictable. But when something moves through the fog, announces itself with a sound that no field manual can explain, and leaves no trace at all, that's when you realize the forest holds things you may never understand. And sometimes when I wake early and the fog is thick again, I hear my dog shift in his sleep, a low growl working in his throat. I'll glance out at the tree line, and I'll feel that same wrongness in my chest, heavy and waiting. That morning taught me a lesson I'll never forget. The wild doesn't care if you're trained, if you've seen 100 animals, if you know the rules of survival. Sometimes it shows you something that doesn't fit the rules, something that leaves you shaken, running for safety like a rookie, with your old mud outpacing you. And in the end, I think that's the scariest part. Not knowing what shared the fog with me that morning. Not knowing if it was watching as I ran. Not knowing if it ever really left. I became a park ranger in the desert for reasons I still don't fully understand. Some people get drawn to the ocean, others to mountains, but for me, it was the desert. Something about the wide, empty land and the silence had always pulled me in. When I first took the position, friends back home thought I was crazy for moving somewhere so empty, but the emptiness was what made it feel alive to me. The air was dry, the sun was sharp, and at night the stars were brighter than anything I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of beauty most people go looking for, but I grew to love it. What I didn't expect was how often the desert would show me the darker side of people. You spend enough time out here, far away from anyone else, and you see things you can't unsee. One of the first real incidents that stuck with me happened when I got a call for volunteers at one of my smaller parks. They said there was a car still smoking in one of the remote campsites. It wasn't unusual for us to find abandoned, burnt-out cars. People stole them, drove them out to a hidden place, stripped them, and torched them. It was the kind of thing that annoyed me more than it surprised me. I thought that's all it would be, just another ruined car in the desert. I drove out there with a couple of the volunteers, not in a hurry. When we pulled up, the car was still smoldering, little waves of heat rising off the metal, even though the fire was mostly out. The air smelled like burned rubber and plastic, sharp and bitter. We stood there waiting for the fire department to arrive, just staring at the thing, the way people do when something looks out of place but not urgent. The car was blackened, the glass warped, the interior melted into lumps. I walked around to the front and froze. At first it didn't register what I was looking at. Then it hit me. In the driver's seat was a shape that wasn't metal or melted plastic. It was a body. It's hard to explain what that moment feels like when your brain realizes something isn't just an object, but a person. The chest was slumped forward, the head angled toward the steering wheel, arms stiff and locked in place. It wasn't just someone who had died in the fire. When I looked closer, I saw the marks. The wrists looked bound. The chest had holes in it, too even to be from random fire damage. Whoever had been in that seat had been tied, shot, and then left to burn. Suddenly, all the other little things around the site stood out to me. Food wrappers tossed around, rope on the ground near the picnic table, a couple strange items, like someone had been staying here for a while, but not in any normal way. It wasn't the kind of scene that felt random. It felt deliberate, ugly. We backed off, called it in, and waited. Police came, fire department came, and eventually the scene got taken over. I just stood there in the heat, staring at the dark shell of the car, while people worked around it. There wasn't any solving it, At least not that I ever heard about. Nobody came back with answers. Whoever it was, why they were killed, who killed them, all of it disappeared into paperwork. To us, it just became that site. Everyone in the district started calling it the haunted site, not because we believe in ghosts, but because of the way it sat in your head afterward. The car was removed, the ground cleared, but the knowledge of what had happened there stuck. The strangest part was that people wanted that site more than any other. When visitors came to camp, they asked for it. They didn't know why it was called haunted, but the word traveled. Humans are strange that way. Something awful can happen somewhere, and instead of staying away, people flock to it. Every time I had to drive out there for a check, I felt the memory rise in me again, as sharp as the first time. That wasn't the only time death found its way near the parks. One day, one of our chiefs, the kind who mostly sat in the office behind cubicle walls, got a call from a man saying he was going to kill himself. The guy said he had a lot of guns and he was going to end it. He gave a location close to one of our parks. Calls like that don't happen often, and when they do, they rattle you. Two of my coworkers were sent out to investigate, but by the time they got close, another group of rangers from neighboring area had already found him. What they told my coworkers was short and to the point. Leave before you get wrapped up in the paperwork. The man had done it, but not in a clean way. He had shot himself, but not instantly fatal. He had tried to walk for help and left a long, messy trail before he finally went down. My coworkers turned around, but the ranger who actually found him was someone else. I thought about her a lot because I knew what she had gone through. Not long before, her husband, also a ranger, had killed himself. She had been the one to find his body too. Then weeks later, she was the first one on scene for this man. I can't imagine the weight of that, to stumble across death in your own home life and then in your work life, both so sudden, both impossible to clean out of your head. You try to keep your work separate from your private life, but in this job, the lines blur. The desert doesn't care about your boundaries. It shows you things whether you want to see them or not. The worst night for me personally, though, came not long after I had moved out to take over two small parks. Both of them were closed to the public at that time of year, which meant I was out there by myself most of the time. The closest houses were 30 miles away, and even those were usually empty during summer. It was the kind of isolation that you don't fully grasp until you're living in it. One night, I decided to drive out to the darker of the two parks to watch a meteor shower. I also brought my banjo, thinking I would practice a bit under the stars. It sounds silly when I tell it now, but at the time it felt like a good plan. The desert at night is quiet in a way that makes every sound carry. The air cools fast, and the stars fill the sky so thick it feels like you can fall into them. I set myself up on a picnic table, picked at the strings of my banjo, and tried to lose myself in the moment. It didn't last. After a while, I felt this creeping unease. It wasn't one sharp sound that triggered it. More like the silence itself began pressing on me. I started thinking through every what if my brain could come up with. What if someone drove up? What if someone had been watching me this whole time? What if someone was standing out there in the dark, just waiting? This was the same park where the burned car had been found, and the thought hit me hard. What if whoever had done that came back? What if I wasn't as alone as I thought? I tried to keep plucking at the banjo, but my hands felt stiff. Each note seemed too loud, like it was advertising my presence to the entire desert. Then I heard it. Voices. Muffled at first, like whispers carried on the air. I froze, holding my breath, straining to catch it again. Then I heard rustling in the brush, quick, sharp, and close. The voices grew clearer, high-pitched, almost like children. My chest tightened and my skin went cold. There shouldn't have been anyone out there. There couldn't be. The park was closed, the nearest homes miles away, and nobody brings children to wander the desert brush at night. Every instinct in me screamed that something was wrong. I scanned the bushes, eyes straining in the dark, but shapes don't form easily when you're scared. The sound grew closer, the whispers sharper, and I felt sure I was about to see something step out that would change my life forever. Then, out of the creosote bushes, three shapes burst through. Coyotes. They bounded past me, yipping and yowling in their strange high-pitched voices, not giving me so much as a glance. My fear collapsed in a shaky relief as I realized what I had been hearing. Coyotes don't care about being quiet. They roam where they want, making all the noise they please. In the dark, their calls can sound like children, like people, like anything but what they are. I sat there for a long time afterward, banjo forgotten in my lap, staring at the brush where they had come from. My body still buzzed with the leftover panic. That night, I learned just how easily the desert can trick you, how quickly your mind can turn normal sounds into monsters. I never played the banjo in that park again. The thing about these experiences is that they don't fade the way you think they will. Time moves on, new tasks come up, new calls come in, but in the back of your mind, those nights sit waiting. Every time I drive into one of those remote campsites, I think of the burned car. Every time I hear a radio call about a possible suicide, I think of the woman ranger who had to live through that twice. And every time I step into the quiet dark of the desert, I remember the way my heart nearly stopped when I thought children were whispering in the brush. The desert is beautiful, but it carries everything with it: death, silence, fear, and wonder. You can't pick one without the others. Working as a ranger out there taught me that lesson over and over. It gave me nights of stars and meteors, but also gave me the weight of burned cars, broken people, and coyotes that sound like ghosts. That's what it means to serve in a place like that. You don't get to choose what you'll see. You only get to choose whether you keep showing up after you've seen it. And I did, because the desert has a way of holding you, even when it scares the life out of you. I had worked as a ranger in the Adirondacks for a number of years, and over that time I had grown used to long patrols, difficult trails, and the strange mix of beauty and danger that comes with wild country. The woods in early spring always felt different compared to the height of summer. In summer, the air was thick with buzzing insects, the trails were lined with hikers, and the forest had a warm, almost heavy weight to it. In early spring, though, the woods felt raw and unfinished. The leaves hadn't fully come back, the undergrowth was patchy, the nights were bitter cold, and every path carried a sense of loneliness. Snowmelt still ran down from the higher ridges, feeding the bogs and streams, and fallen branches from winter storms cluttered the trails. The cleanup work usually didn't begin until later in the season, so the first patrols always meant stepping over trees, pulling brush aside, and testing footbridges to make sure they hadn't rotted through. That particular spring, I was assigned to walk a loop trail that circled a small lake, a place that was popular once the warmer months hit, but at that time of year still felt isolated. There was only one proper trailhead, one way in and out, and the loop itself wound through a mix of pine, birch, and swampy ground. The draw for most visitors was a waterfall about halfway around the circuit. Even on days when the trail wasn't crowded, people liked to stop there, eat lunch, and then finish the loop. I had been to that waterfall dozens of times before, but every visit looked a little different depending on the water levels and the time of year. I had walked that trail many times alone, but on that day, I wasn't alone. My ex, who had joined me on a few of these trips back when we were still together, was with me. He wasn't a ranger, just someone who liked to tag along sometimes. We had hiked the Adirondacks together often enough that he knew his way around the trails, but I always felt a certain pressure when he came with me, because the job for me was work, not recreation. Even so, we started out early, crossing the narrow bridge near the trailhead and stepping onto the loop path. The air was damp and cool, and the smell of wet earth was strong. Patches of mud pulled at our boots almost immediately, and in low places water pooled in wide puddles. The trail hadn't been cleared yet, so we ducked under a few branches that had snapped under the weight of snow. The forest felt half asleep, waiting for the warmth of May to wake it up fully. There were no bugs yet, which was a small blessing, but the silence had its own weight. When you hike in the summer, there's constant background noise, birds, insects, distant voices of other hikers. In early spring, you might hear a single bird call, the rush of meltwater, or the creak of a tree swaying. But in between those sounds, there's a stillness that can make your own footsteps feel too loud. We made it about halfway around the lake toward the waterfall. The path there dipped lower, and I could already hear the faint roar of falling water echoing through the trees. I had been looking forward to checking the condition of that section because the bridge near the base of the falls usually needed repair after the snow season. But just as I was thinking about that, I heard something that pulled every bit of calm out of me. It started as a kind of low rumble. At first I thought maybe it was just more water from the falls, but it felt closer and heavier, like something hitting the ground in a steady rhythm. The kind of sound you hear when a heavy animal is running, its weight thudding into the earth. The sound wasn't steady like footsteps though. It was broken, fast, almost like drumming. It was close enough that I felt the vibration through the ground. Then came the growl. It wasn't the deep chesty growl of a bear, which I had heard before, and it wasn't the sharp cry of a bobcat or a fox. It was strange, layered like a rapid roll of sound that started low and rose so quickly that it reminded me of something unnatural. If I had been watching a movie, I would have thought it was some alien noise the sound designers had invented to unsettle an audience. The sound cut through the air in a way that made my chest tighten instantly. I froze in place. Every instinct in me told me not to move, but another part of me screamed to run. My stomach dropped and my legs felt weak, but I forced myself to move because the noise was getting louder, like whatever was making it was moving closer. I had been through plenty of unnerving situations in the woods before. Close bear encounters, storms that came out of nowhere, hikers who panicked or got injured miles from help. But that sound hit me in a different way. It didn't fit into anything I knew, and when something doesn't fit, the mind fills in the worst. I started to run. My breathing was ragged almost instantly because the trail was soft with mud and I wasn't pacing myself. The sound behind me didn't follow in the way an animal would chase, but it rolled through the air again, vibrating against the trees. My boots slipped in the mud, my shoulders caught branches, and the only thought I had was that I had to get out of there without turning back. I knew the trail looped, and if I could just push through, I'd reach the far side and circle back toward the trailhead. The problem was that the far side of the loop cut through swampy ground. Even in summer, it could be slow going, and in early spring it was a bog. Every step sucked at my boots, pulling them down into the muck, and water seeped up over the tops of them. Dead reeds and last year's growth tangled around my ankles. The mud smelled sour, and the suction made it feel like the ground wanted to swallow us whole. I pushed harder than I should have, trying to drag myself forward, every muscle straining. My breathing turned into gasps, my lungs burning from cold air, my legs shaking with effort. The bog felt endless. At one point, I had to wrench my foot free so hard that the boot nearly came off, and I had to stop to jam it back on before the mud could swallow it. My hands were shaking, not just from exhaustion, but from the leftover panic of the noise behind me. My chest ached, and my face felt hot even though the air was still cold. Finally, the ground began to rise again, the mud giving way to firmer earth, and I pushed through the last stretch of brush until I could see the outline of the trailhead sign through the trees. The relief of seeing it hit me like a wave, but it didn't stop the tears. My body was shaking from the run, from the fear, from the sheer exhaustion of pulling through that bog. And when I reached the car, I leaned against it and felt myself cry without meaning to. That trip broke me down in a way that few others had. I had already been sick the day before, vomiting from bad food, and my body hadn't recovered. The hike, the fear, the mud, the panic, it all piled on at once. I told myself that I was done with this kind of thing, that I wanted the next trip to be in a city where the worst noise you heard was traffic or construction. The Adirondacks, which had been a place I loved, felt cruel and exhausting in that moment. Years passed before I thought back on that day with anything other than embarrassment. For a long time, I didn't want to revisit it all. But then, one evening, while I was listening to recordings of bird calls online, something I sometimes did for work, to help identify species in the field, I heard it. That same rolling, rapid growl. The sound that had made my chest seize with fear. I froze in front of my computer, a cold wave running over me, because it was unmistakable. The exact same sound. Only this time, there was no unseen animal rushing through the woods. It was a recording of a ruffed grouse. A bird, not much bigger than chicken. In spring, the males make a drumming sound by beating their wings against their chest, a display for mating. The rapid, rolling noise wasn't a growl at all. It was the sound of a bird announcing itself in the woods. The realization left me stunned. All that fear, the panic, the desperate fight through the bog, the crying at the car, it had all been because of a grouse. A harmless, horny bird trying to impress a mate. I sat there in silence after the recording ended, and I felt both relief and something close to shame. Relief because there had never been any predator stalking me, but shame because I had let my imagination and fear take full control, turning a bird into some nameless monster. But even with the knowledge, I couldn't shake the memory of how real that fear had felt. The woods can do that to you, especially when you're already worn down and sick. One strange sound can undo every bit of experience and training, leaving you raw and vulnerable. To this day, whenever I hear that drumming noise in the forest, my chest tightens for a second before my mind reminds me what it really is. That's the lesson I took from that day of the Adirondacks. Sometimes the scariest moments aren't caused by what's actually there, but by the gap between what we know and what we don't. Fear fills that gap fast, and it doesn't let go easily. I'll never forget the bog pulling at my boots, the panic in my lungs, the tears at the car. And I'll never forget the ridiculous truth that it wasn't a bear or a stranger or anything dangerous at all. It was just a bird beating its wings in the spring. I had been working as a park ranger for about 7 years when I got assigned to one of the more remote sections of the park. It was a place most visitors never saw, mostly because the trails leading into it weren't well advertised and the terrain made it difficult to reach. We kept it that way on purpose. Some areas in the park are better left to themselves. Fragile habitats, restoration projects, and places where we didn't want too much human traffic. This section had thick pine forest, long ridge lines of granite, and hidden valleys where the sun barely reached the ground during the day. The canopy was so dense that even at noon it felt like dusk in certain places. There were ponds that never fully dried, boggy clearings with grasses higher than my chest, and long stretches of old fire roads that had fallen into disuse, overgrown with roots and moss. I knew this area well on paper, but until I got assigned patrols out here, I had never spent extended time in it. I remember the first time walking in from the service road. It felt older, heavier, quieter than other parts of the park. There's a kind of silence that doesn't sit right. Not peaceful silence, but the kind that presses on your ears until you realize you're straining to hear something. My main job was to hike sections of the old roads and animal trails, mark hazards, and check for signs of poaching or illegal camping. Most people who came here didn't do so by accident. If you wound up in this part of the park, you wanted to be here, and that usually meant you had a reason. It was late summer when the strangest string of patrols began. Days were hot, but the nights cooled sharply. By the time the sun dropped, the air carried a damp chill that seemed to seep right through clothes. My shifts usually involved starting mid-afternoon, hiking in several miles, circling certain points, and making my way back out after dark. On one of these patrols, I noticed something that didn't sit right with me. It was a tree at the edge of an old fire road. The bark was stripped clean in long vertical lines, higher than I could reach, even if I stood on my toes. I had seen bear markings before, but these cuts were too narrow, too clean. It looked almost like someone had taken a blade and dragged it downward in long sweeps. I made a note of it, chalked it up to someone messing around, and kept going. That night, further in, I came across a small clearing with flattened grass. It looked like someone had been lying down there recently. The way the stalks were bent, it wasn't an animal bedding spot. It was too flat, too wide, almost like a person had stretched out. No camping gear, no fire ring, no trash left behind. Just a spot in the grass that looked slept in. I don't scare easily, but I'll admit that unsettled me. I kept finding more things on the next patrols. A pile of rocks stacked carefully in the middle of a path, like a little cairn, except it wasn't on a summit or trail junction where you'd expect one. Then I found more bark stripped off trees in long, deliberate cuts. One evening I came across a piece of rope tied high up on a branch, dangling down, the frayed and swinging slightly in the breeze. When I mentioned these to another ranger during a check-in, he shrugged it off as people messing around. Said maybe some kids had wandered out here, maybe someone trying to make a shelter or just acting stupid. But no kids came this far without someone noticing, and the distance from the nearest road meant anyone carrying supplies would have had to hike a long way. After that, I started paying closer attention. I began noticing footprints where I hadn't before. They weren't boot prints like ours, but more like cheap sneakers, worn flat, with little grip left. Sometimes barefoot impressions, toes pressed deep into the mud, near a stream crossing. The more I saw, the more I realized someone was living out here. That realization carried weight. It wasn't against the law to be in the backcountry, but this section was off trail for a reason. If someone was living here, they weren't doing it casually. And from the looks of things, they'd been here a while. I started extending my patrols, going deeper than I normally would. I carried extra batteries for my flashlight, more water, an emergency bivy sack. I didn't like the idea of getting caught out overnight, but I wanted to see if I could find a camp or some kind of base. The first real break came one evening when I followed a game trail off the fire road. The path wound down into a hollow where a thin creek ran. At first, I thought it was just another deer crossing, but then I noticed something caught in the low branches. A strip of faded blue fabric, torn and fluttering. I crouched, looked closer, and realized it was part of shirt. Nearby, in the mud, I saw impressions of both shoes and bare feet. They weren't fresh, but recent enough that the edges hadn't washed out completely. My skin prickled. Whoever was out here wasn't just passing through. I kept pushing further into the hollow, and that's when I found it. Not a full camp, but signs of one. A pile of sticks arranged like a lean-to that had collapsed. A circle of stones where a fire had been, though it was cold now. Around it, scattered remains of things. A broken lighter, a cracked mug, and what looked like the handle of a kitchen knife snapped off near the blade. What made me freeze was the smell. Not the fire, not the damp leaves, but a sharp, sour odor like sweat soaked in a fabric left too long in the rain. A human smell, strong and lingering. I didn't stay long. I marked the spot on my map and got out before dark fully settled in. Back at headquarters, I filed a report. The higher-ups noted it, said they'd look into whether anyone had gone missing recently, maybe send someone else with me on the next patrol. But nothing came of it immediately. Paperwork moves slower than the woods. So I kept going back. Each time I returned, I found new evidence, never a person, but traces. Bark stripped, footprints, scraps of fabric, sometimes little piles of bones from small animals picked clean. Always arranged in ways that didn't look accidental. The scariest part wasn't what I saw, but what I didn't. I began to feel watched. When I'd stop to drink water or write in my log, the forest would fall so silent I could hear my pulse in my ears. I'd turn in slow circles with my flashlight, shining it into the undergrowth, half expecting to catch a glimpse of eyes or movement. Nothing, but the silence clung to me long after. Then came a night everything boiled over. It was early September, air already turning crisp. I started my patrol later than usual, meaning I'd be deep in the woods after dark. I moved quicker than normal, covering ground I already knew, trying to reach the hollow before full night. When I got there, the smell hit me stronger than before. That same sour, human stink, but fresher, heavier. The collapsed lean-to was gone, cleared away. In its place, a new structure stood, crude but deliberate. Branches lashed together into a triangular frame, covered with layers of bark and leaves. A shelter, recently made. I didn't approach it directly. I circled wide, shining my light from a distance. The entrance faced away from me, a dark mouth against the brush. I couldn't see inside, but the ground around it was trampled with footprints. Something told me not to get closer. My instinct screamed at me. I marked the location and backed out, moving fast, but careful not to run. My light caught on something hanging from a branch as I left, a bundle of bones tied together with twine, swinging slightly. The entire hike back, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. Every crunch of leaves under my boots sounded too loud. Every time the beam of my flashlight hit the edge of the trees, I expected to see someone just standing there, watching. When I finally made it back to my truck at the service road, I locked the doors before even starting the engine. My hands shook so badly, I had to steady them on the wheel. I filed my report that same night, wrote down every detail. That time, they took it seriously. A team was sent out the next morning, and I went with them. But when we reached the hollow, the shelter was gone. Not collapsed, not burned, gone. No branches, no bark, no sign it had ever been there. Only disturbed ground where something heavy had been dragged away. The bones hanging from the branch were gone too. What we did find were fresh footprints, clear as day in the mud by the creek. Bare feet, deep impressions, toes spread wide, like whoever left them had been standing there, waiting. The official line in the report said, evidence of unauthorized long-term occupancy and recommended increased patrols. But nothing came of it beyond that. Whoever was living out there melted away deeper into the woods, or maybe they were never meant to be found at all. I kept working that section for another few months. Never saw the shelter again. Never saw the person. But the traces kept appearing. New bark stripped, new flattened grass. Sometimes fresh footprints where my own had been just days before. Always behind me, always further in. I don't know who it was or why they chose that forgotten corner of the park. All I know is that someone was out there, watching, moving just beyond the edge of sight. And every time I hiked those old roads, I felt smaller, less in control, like I was trespassing in a place that didn't belong to me anymore. Even now, years later, when I think back to those patrols, the image that sticks with me isn't the shelter or the bones or the stripped trees. It's the footprints, bare, human, pressed into the mud, waiting, and the silence. Always that. I became a park ranger because I liked the quiet. I grew up in a small town where the woods were the only place I felt like myself. People had too much noise, too many problems, too many things they wanted from you. The woods didn't want anything. They just were. When I first started working the job, the long nights and the endless walking didn't bother me. I enjoyed them. The trouble came later, when I learned that quiet can sometimes carry heavier things than noise. The area I was assigned to wasn't one of the famous parks. It wasn't Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was a middle-sized state park in the northern part of the country, with a mix of hardwood forest, pine ridges, and a scattering of small lakes. The park had an old history of logging and mining, so the ground was cut up with forgotten trails, pits, and old roads that had mostly grown over. We had about 50 miles of maintained hiking trails for visitors, plus 100 more of wild paths that we kept on the maps only for our own reference. Most visitors stuck to the main campgrounds near the lake. Families in tents, fishermen with their coolers, teenagers who thought they were sneaky drinking cheap beer in the woods. The deeper areas, the ridges and the long valleys, were left to the hunters, the backpackers, and to us rangers. That was where things got strange. People don't usually wander more than a mile or two for a road, but when they do, you see sides of them they probably didn't know they had. Fear, stubbornness, sometimes cruelty, and sometimes you see things they left behind. I had been on the job for about 4 years when I was put on a stretch of night patrols. The park had been dealing with some problems. Not animals, not storms, but people. A couple of small cabins had been broken into near the edges of the park. Nothing dramatic. Some food missing, a few supplies gone, but enough to make the seasonal workers nervous. There had also been reports of illegal hunting, people running traps, even a rumor that someone had been growing marijuana in one of the old clearings. My supervisor wanted extra eyes in the backcountry. I was fine with it. Night patrols meant more time in the woods without having to answer dumb questions about firewood bundles and fishing licenses. They gave me a side-by-side ATV, a backpack with overnight gear, and told me to roam the southern section of the park for the week. My job was simple. Check the remote campsites, keep an eye out for any strange activity, and report anything that didn't belong. The first couple nights were calm. I parked the ATV near old service roads, hiked into the ridges, and checked fire rings. Most of the sites were empty. At one lake, I found a pair of young guys who had set up without a permit, but they weren't trouble, just kids who wanted to fish. I told them to pack out the next morning, and they did. It was nothing out of the ordinary. The third night was when things started to feel different. I had hiked into an old trail called Ridge Loop, one that was no longer on the visitor maps, but still clear enough that I could move quickly. Ridge Loop ran high above a swampy valley that fed into the main river. I walked it near dusk, with the last sunlight turning the water below into a sheet of copper. The air was still, heavy with mosquitoes. Halfway around the loop, I saw a glow ahead of me. At first I thought it was the sun catching on birch bark, but as I got closer, I realized it was a fire. It wasn't at a designated campsite. It was just off the trail in a little flat spot under a stand of pines. A small fire burned inside a circle of rocks. There was no tent, no backpack, no people. Just a fire, burning low but steady. Someone had set it not long before I came. The logs weren't half burned yet. I stood there for a long time, waiting to hear footsteps or voices, but the woods were silent. That's against the rules, obviously. You don't light a fire in the middle of dry woods and then walk away. I put it out, stirred the ashes, and looked around the area. The ground was disturbed, but not much. Whoever had been there hadn't stayed long. No food wrappers, no clothes, no gear. Just a circle of heat and smoke left behind. I wrote it down in my log, marked the GPS, and finished the loop. That night, I didn't see anyone else. The next morning, I drove back to the ranger station and told my supervisor. He shrugged. People did dumb things in the woods all the time. Maybe it was some teenagers who got spooked and ran. Maybe it was hunters who didn't want to be caught. Either way, I had done the right thing. I agreed, but something about it didn't sit right with me. Fires usually come with people. I had seen plenty of abandoned campsites, but never a fire left burning alone. I went back out the next night. I couldn't shake the feeling. I took the same trail, Ridge Loop, just to see if there was anything I missed. The air was cooler, the moon nearly full. The woods were bright enough that I didn't even need my headlamp most of the time. When I came to the spot where I had put out the fire, I stopped. The ashes were still there, black and cold. I kicked them apart with my boot. Nothing new. I kept walking. An hour later, on the far side of the loop, I smelled smoke again. This time it was faint, but unmistakable, with smoke drifting through the pines. I followed it, moving off the trail and down toward the swamp. The ground was wet, hard to walk, but the smell grew stronger. After about 10 minutes, I saw another glow. A second fire, smaller than the first, tucked against the roots of a fallen log. Again, no tent, no pack, no person. Just a small ring of stones with flames licking upward. This time I felt my stomach twist. Fires don't start themselves. Someone was moving around this area, lighting them, and leaving them to burn. I put it out quickly, soaking it with swamp water, then crouched and listened. Nothing, just frogs and mosquitoes. I shined my light around and found the ground scuffed with footprints. Bare footprints. Not boots, not shoes. Bare human feet pressed deep in the mud. The tracks led away into the swamp until they disappeared in the water. I marked the location, backed out, and finished the patrol. I didn't sleep much that night. I lay in my tent, listening to the distant noises of the swamp, wondering what kind of person wandered barefoot in the dark lighting fires for no reason. The next morning, I reported it again. My supervisor frowned, but didn't say much. He told me to keep notes and be careful. The park didn't have the budget for big investigations unless someone was in real danger. I nodded, though I felt uneasy. Real danger seemed close already. For the rest of the week, I kept patrolling Ridge Loop. Every night, I found something. Sometimes it was a small fire, still burning when I arrived. Sometimes it was only a circle of fresh stones with warm ashes. Once I found a pile of animal bones stacked neatly on a flat rock beside a fire ring. Another time, I found strips of birch bark twisted into shapes and hung from branches like crude decorations. Always in the same general area, never with any person nearby. Just the remains left like messages. The bare footprints appeared more than once. They showed up in the soft soil near streams, in patches of mud where deer tracks crossed, even on stretches of pine needles where no track should have been clear. They were always alone, never with boot prints or tire marks. Always heading deeper into the swamp. By the end of the week, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being toyed with. Whoever was knew the land better than I did. They were moving around in silence, leaving these fires and signs behind, and I could never catch them. I started sleeping poorly, waking up to every snap of a twig. I began carrying my radio in my hand, even while hiking. On the 7th night, I decided to stay out near Ridge Loop instead of returning to the main camp. I wanted to see if I could catch whoever was doing this. I set up a small bivvy near the ridge, no fire, no light, and lay still. The forest was bright under the moon. Hours passed. The frogs droned, the wind moved through the trees. Around midnight, I smelled it again. Smoke. Very faint, drifting on the air. I slipped out of my bag, took my light, and started walking. The smell grew stronger as I went downhill. I moved slowly, keeping my light low. When I came around a thicket of alders, I saw it. Another fire burning in a small ring of stones. But this time, I wasn't alone. A figure stood beside it, back turned to me. Thin, tall, hair hanging to the shoulders. Barefoot, wearing nothing but dark pants. The figure bent, placed a branch on the fire, and straightened again. I froze. My throat felt tight. I should have called out, identified myself as a ranger, but something in me refused. The figure didn't move like a camper or a hunter. It stood too still, head tilted slightly, as if listening. I stepped back, and a twig cracked under my boot. The figure's head turned. Even from the distance, I could see the face was pale in the firelight. The eyes caught the glow and seemed to hold it too long. I didn't wait. I backed away quickly, then turned and walked fast up the ridge. My heart hammered so loud I could barely hear the forest. I kept expecting footsteps behind me, but none came. When I finally reached the trail, I broke into a run, not stopping until I was back at my bivvy. I packed my things in shaking hands and hiked out the rest of the night. At dawn, I drove straight to the station. This time I started working as a park ranger when I was in my mid-20s, and over the years, I thought I had seen almost everything a remote forest could throw at a person. I had dealt with lost hikers, drunks who wandered off from campgrounds, injured hunters, missing dogs, people who got themselves in trouble with the river, even the occasional poacher hiding gear out in the brush. But there's one memory that stands out above all the rest. Even now, years later, I can picture every detail of it as if it happened last night. It wasn't about ghosts or legends or campfire tales. It was about something far more real, and that reality made it scarier than anything else. This happened during my 4th year on the job. The park I worked in stretched over more than 100,000 acres of thick forest, rolling hills, wetlands, and a winding river that had carved out steep ravines over time. Some parts were popular with visitors, boat launches, well-maintained trails, campgrounds. But most of it was wild, unmarked, and rarely touched except by hunters, researchers, and us rangers who had to patrol the far corners. There were sections of forest that could swallow a person whole if they weren't careful. It was mid-September when I got assigned to cover a week of backcountry patrols. The weather was starting to cool off, but the days were still warm enough that people were venturing in deeper before the cold months came. My job was simple on paper. Check the trails, inspect the backcountry campsites, make sure no one was setting illegal fires or dumping trash, and report anything unusual. I carried a pack with food for several days, my tent, a radio, a map, and the usual first aid and emergency gear. The first few days were routine. I moved from one zone to the next, checking trail markers, jotting notes about fallen trees or washouts that would need clearing before winter, and stopping at small backcountry sites to make sure they were still in good shape. The nights were long and quiet. I'd pitch my tent near a stream or a clearing, cook a simple meal, and try to get some sleep with the sound of insects and distant owls filling the dark. On the 4th morning, I woke early and set out toward a section of the park I had never fully explored before. It was called the North Ridge, though most rangers didn't bother with it much. There were no official trails through it, just old service roads that had been cut decades ago when loggers still worked the area. Some of those roads had grown over so much they were barely visible. The maps still showed them, but in reality they were narrow cuts of dirt and stone being swallowed by trees. As I made my way up one of these overgrown roads, I noticed the silence. The usual background of bird calls and insect chatter seemed muted. My boots scuffed against loose gravel and dry leaves, and that sound carried farther than it should have. I felt watched, though I told myself it was just because the woods were thicker here. The trees leaned in overhead, their branches knitting into a heavy canopy that blocked much of the sunlight. Around midday, I came across something strange. The road dipped and widened into a flat space that looked like it had once been a work site or small clearing. There were chunks of rusted metal half buried in moss, and I realized it was the remains of an old piece of logging equipment, maybe a skidder or bulldozer, left to rot when the work stopped. The machine was twisted with rust, its engine block gutted, but it still carried the shape of a once powerful tool. I stood there a long time, imagining the noise and activity that had once filled this spot and how quiet it was now. Moving on, I followed the road as it curved uphill, but within another mile it narrowed into almost nothing. The brush got thicker, and I had to push through shoulder-high growth. That was when I noticed something else unusual. There was a faint path cutting away from the road to the right, sloping down into darker trees. It wasn't marked on the map. The ground showed signs of use. Old boot prints pressed into the dirt, though softened by rain and time. I paused and studied it, debating. Part of me said to ignore it. My assignment was to cover the backcountry campsites and the known trails, not to wander off chasing old paths. But the tracks bothered me. Someone had been using this way, and recently enough that the imprints hadn't fully washed out. I told myself I'd follow it for a short distance, just to see where it led. The path dipped into a ravine, growing narrower as it went. The deeper I walked, the darker it became, the tree cover almost total. The ground was damp, soft with layers of old leaves. I saw no more prints, but I had the sense that people had come this way more than once. After 10 or 15 minutes, the path opened into a small clearing. And in that clearing, I saw something that made me stop cold. There was a fire ring made of stones. Inside it were the blackened remains of a fire, not ancient but recent. Charred would lay in a neat pile, and above it hung a makeshift rack of branches lashed together with twine. Beside the fire pit sat a metal bucket, streaked with soot. I crouched to touch the ashes, and though they were cold, they crumbled with a softness that told me the fire had burned in the last week. Camping wasn't allowed in this section of the park. Whoever had been here wasn't following rules. More than that, the place felt wrong. There were no signs of tents or sleeping bags, just a fire ring and rack. It didn't look like a normal campsite. It looked like someone had been cooking something over a long period, almost like a smoker setup. I jotted notes, took a few photos, and stood there debating whether to radio it in immediately. The radio reception was weak in the ravine, and I figured I'd climb back up before calling. As I turned to leave, I noticed a faint trail continuing beyond the clearing. It was narrower still, but the ground was pressed down as if something heavy had been dragged along it. Against my better judgment, I followed it. The trail wound deeper into the woods until it ended at another clearing, smaller than the first. There, half hidden under branches, was a structure. At first I thought it was an old hunting blind, but as I brushed aside the growth, I saw it was more like a crude hut. Someone had built walls of branches and scrap wood, lashed together with rope and wire. The roof was sheets of rusted tin weighted with stones. The door wasn't really a door, just a flap of tarp. My stomach tightened as I pulled it aside and looked in. The space inside was barely big enough to crouch in, and the floor was packed dirt. In one corner sat a pile of clothing, jackets, pants, shirts, all damp and molding. Some were torn, some stained dark in ways I didn't want to examine too closely. There were food wrappers, rusted cans, and a knife stuck point down in the dirt. Against the back wall, a row of glass jars gleamed in the dim light. I leaned closer and realized they were filled with cloudy liquid, each containing something floating inside. At first I thought it was meat. Then I realized it was organs. Animal, I told myself quickly. They had to be animal. I backed out fast, my throat dry. Whoever had been living here wasn't just a camper or hunter. This was something else. I felt exposed standing there, as if the builder might return at any moment. I forced myself to calm down and think. I needed to mark the location, get out of there, and call it in. I pulled my map, sketched a rough note of where the hut was, and then retraced my steps as quickly as I could without running. Every sound in the woods made me flinch, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves. I didn't breathe easy until I was back on the overgrown road. That night, I set camp several miles away. near a stream where the air felt open and safer. But I couldn't sleep. I lay awake in my tent, listening, replaying what I'd seen. I told myself it was probably just some squatter, maybe a poacher, maybe someone trying to live off the grid. Still, the jars haunted me. The hut wasn't a place of survival. It was something darker. The next morning, I climbed to higher ground and finally got a clear radio signal. I reported what I'd found, gave coordinates, and waited for instructions. The reply was short: stay in the area, keep watch if safe, and a team would be sent out. I spent that day patrolling around, but kept a wide berth from the ravine. By late afternoon, I started to relax, convincing myself I'd done my job and the rest wasn't up to me. As night fell, I pitched camp again, this time on a ridge where I had a good view of the forest below. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a sound. At first I thought it was just wind in the trees, but then I heard it again, faint, deliberate crunching like footsteps on leaves. I froze, ears straining. The steps grew closer, stopping and starting, as if someone was circling. I stayed still, hardly daring to breathe. Then came the faintest scrape, metal on stone. I lay there until the sounds faded, and only when the first light of dawn broke did I crawl out. The ground around my camp looked undisturbed, but not far down the slope I saw fresh prints. Heavy boots. They hadn't been there when I arrived. I packed up fast and moved out, my nerves stretched thin. The team was supposed to arrive that afternoon, but I couldn't shake the thought that whoever had made that hut had followed me. By the time I met the other rangers, I was jumpy and exhausted. I led them back to the ravine, and together we found the hut again. But it wasn't the same. The inside was stripped. The jars were gone, the clothing pile removed, even the knife. Only the I became a park ranger because I liked being outside more than I liked being around people. That was the truth of it. The job sounded simple enough when I applied. Keep an eye on the trails, maintain signs, watch for fires, and help visitors if they needed it. I thought most of my time would be spent hiking and making sure things were in order. And for the first year, that's mostly what it was. Long days walking along old trails, checking campsites, marking down trees that had come down in storms, and filling out paperwork back at the station. But the more time I spent out there, the more I noticed how quickly the woods could change their mood depending on the light, the season, or even how tired I was. I learned that fear could build in small ways. Quiet sounds, shapes in the distance, or simply realizing how far you were from anyone else. There was one stretch of land in the park that always felt heavier than the rest. It wasn't haunted or anything like that. It was just a section that hadn't been maintained for decades. Before the area was turned into a park, there had been logging roads and hunting cabins scattered through it. Most of those cabins were torn down or collapsed under snow over the years, but you could still find stone foundations, rusted barrels, and pieces of old farm equipment half buried in the dirt. My job took me out there more often than I liked. It was rugged ground, thick brush, and the trails were faint and easy to lose. I would sometimes flag parts of it with bright tape just so I could find my way back. The air always seemed stiller there, and in the summer the bugs swarmed worse than anywhere else. One summer, I got assigned to do a deep inspection of that section. A few campers had wandered off trail near there and had to be escorted back. The higher-ups wanted us to make sure the old roads weren't confusing people into thinking they were still part of the maintained trail system. I wasn't thrilled about spending more time in that part of the woods, but that was the job. I started out early in the morning, loaded with water, flagging tape, a radio, and my pack. I had a map with old logging routes drawn faintly on it, though most of them were overgrown. My plan was to walk through, note down the worst areas, and come back later with more crew to block things off or post signs. The first couple hours were normal. The sun was up, the ground was damp from storms the night before, and I moved slowly to avoid slipping on mossy rocks. I passed some remnants of cabins, mostly just rotting beams sticking out of the dirt. One still had a rusted stovepipe poking up at an angle. I marked on my map and moved on. By midday, I was deep in the section. The trees grew tighter together, and the old roadbeds curved strangely through the hills. They didn't follow natural lines like modern trails did. They cut across slopes and then dropped down suddenly into gullies. I could see how someone following them could get turned around. At one point, I came across a clearing that was bigger than I expected. The grass there was waist high, and in the middle was a concrete slab about the size of a shed. It was cracked and uneven, with weeds pushing through. I walked over to check it out, thinking it might have been the floor of an old cabin, but it looked too solid for that. It reminded me more of a foundation for equipment or maybe a bunker. I didn't linger. I just marked it down and kept going. The air felt hotter than it should have in the shade. I checked my map and saw that I was nearing the farthest part of the section, close to the park boundary. There was supposed to be an old fence line there. I decided I'd push that far, take notes, and then turn back. That's when I started noticing things that didn't add up. The first was a smell, something sharp, chemical, almost metallic. It wasn't the smell of decay, but it stuck in my throat. I thought maybe I had stumbled near some kind of old dump site. That wouldn't have been unusual. Back before the land was protected, people had dumped all kinds of things in the woods. I followed the smell, thinking I should at least see if it was something hazardous. After about 10 minutes, I found what looked like a shallow trench. Inside it were rusted barrels, some split open, with black residue hardened along the seams. Grass wouldn't grow around them. The dirt had a faint gray color, as if it had been burned. I stood there longer than I should have. The barrels were obviously decades old, probably from when the land was used by logging companies or whoever came after. I didn't want to breathe in too much, so I made a quick sketch in my notebook and backed away. But as I started leaving, I saw something else. Just beyond the trench, the ground dipped sharply, almost like a man-made cut. I pushed through the brush and found myself looking at a kind of pit. It was about 15 feet wide, ringed with concrete that had cracked and fallen inward. The bottom was filled with dark water. It looked unnatural, like it had been built deliberately, maybe as some kind of reservoir or waste pit. I didn't like being near it. The smell was stronger there, mixed with the stink of stagnant water. Flies buzzed in clusters. I dropped a small rock into the water and watched ripples spread across its black surface. I didn't see any movement, no fish or insects, nothing alive. The thought crossed my mind that I should radio it in, but I knew the response would be slow. I was far from any road, and it would take hours for anyone to reach me. I decided to finish my loop, mark everything carefully, and come back later with a proper report. The rest of the hike out didn't go smoothly. For one thing, I couldn't shake the smell. Even after I left the pit behind, it seemed like it clung to me. For another, I started noticing odd marks on trees. Not carvings, not natural breaks either. They looked like clean cuts, angled slices through bark that were old but deliberate. They lined up in places, as if marking a path, but they didn't match any route I knew. I checked my compass more than usual. I had a sense of being pulled off my course, like the terrain wasn't matching what the map said. At one point, I came across a section of wire fencing half buried in leaves. It stretched off in both directions, too rusted to climb safely. I followed it until I found a break and forced my way through. That's when I realized I had circled back near the same concrete slab I'd seen earlier. That meant I was drifting, wasting time. My shirt was soaked with sweat and my legs were heavy. I forced myself to focus on the map and started flagging every few trees so I wouldn't repeat the mistake. By the time I reached the trailhead again, the sun was dipping low. I drove back to the station and filed a preliminary report, keeping my description plain. I noted potential hazards and unmarked structures and flagged the area as needing further inspection. But that night, lying in my bunk, I couldn't stop thinking about the pit and the smell. I'd walked the park for years, and I'd never come across something that made me feel that unsettled. Over the next week, I went back twice with another ranger. Each time we tried to trace old roads and mark them clearly. But the deeper pits and trenches I had seen seemed harder to find again, almost like they shifted or were covered faster than they should have been. My partner shrugged it off, said maybe I was overthinking it, but I knew what I had seen. A month later, after heavy rain, a hiker reported seeing strange water pooling near that section. I volunteered to check it out. I hiked in alone, following the flags I had left earlier. The ground was slick, the air muggy. When I reached the trench with the barrels, I found that the rain had washed some of the dirt away. More barrels were exposed, and some of the liquid had leaked out into the soil. The smell was overpowering. I went closer than I should have. The liquid shimmered with a rainbow sheen, the kind you see on oil spills. Insects were dead in clusters nearby, stuck in the muck. I felt the back of my throat tighten, and I backed off quickly, pulling my shirt up over my face. I marked the spot again and turned to leave, but before I could, I noticed something in the mud. At first, I thought it was just another piece of metal. But as I wiped some dirt away with my boot, I saw the shape of a boot sole. Not old rubber, but something leather, collapsed and half-rotted. My stomach dropped when I realized there was bone inside it. I stood there, staring, feeling my pulse hammer. It wasn't unusual to find old remains in parks. Hunters, loggers, people who'd wandered too far decades ago. But paired with the barrels and the pit, it didn't sit right. I forced myself to take notes, sketch the exact location, and flag the tree nearest it. Then I got out of there as fast as I could. That discovery triggered a bigger response. Law enforcement came out, investigators in hazmat suits. They cordoned off the section, brought in equipment, and started digging. What they found over the next weeks confirmed what I had only guessed. The land had been used not just for logging or dumping, but for experiments. Old records suggested that decades earlier, before the park existed, private contractors working for the military had used that section as a testing ground. Chemical storage, burned pits, and disposal trenches had been dug all through the hills. Some were filled in and forgotten. Others weren't. The body I had found was old, too degraded to identify right away, but it wasn't alone. As they expanded their dig, they uncovered more bones, some scattered, some still inside remnants of clothing. Some belonged to adults, some to younger individuals. The official reports never gave all the details, but word spread fast through the ranger staff. It seemed likely I've been a park ranger for a long time now, long enough to know that the woods and backcountry are never as quiet or as empty as people like to imagine. There are things that move through them at night, things that don't show up in brochures or maps, things that aren't there to spook anyone, but can end up changing how you see the job or even how safe you feel when you're out there. Most of what I've seen is normal in a sense. Animals, weather, lost hikers, abandoned camps, traces of people who cut through areas they weren't supposed to. But every so often something happens that shakes you in a way you don't forget. This one happened years back, and even though I've told myself 100 times that it was just another incident to log and file away, I can still see it when I close my eyes. I was stationed at a large park in the Northwest. It was the kind of place with endless miles of forest, deep ravines, long rivers with slow currents, and a mix of trails that were either well-traveled or almost forgotten. The park was divided into zones, and each ranger was responsible for checking and patrolling their section. Some zones had heavy foot traffic, campgrounds, picnic areas, easy loops where families walked. Others were remote stretches where it could take hours of hiking just to get in and out, and where you rarely saw another soul. Those were the areas I liked best. It was late summer, hot in the days, but cooling down hard at night. My shift had me on a rotation through one of the remote zones, checking old fire roads, making sure the trail markers were still visible, and keeping an eye out for campers who might have slipped past the designated sites. The park had been dealing with issues that year: illegal hunting, signs of trapping, and 1 or 2 reports of suspicious camps way back off the trails. Nothing violent, nothing that ever turned into a headline, but enough to keep us sharp. I packed for a long patrol, loaded up with water, a radio, a map, even though I knew the area well, and some basic gear in case I had to stay out overnight. The truck could only get me so far before the road became a trail, and then the trail narrowed to something that was barely a path. My plan was to work my way along one of the ridges, check the drainages, and then cut across to a section where an old fire road dead-ended in the forest. The day started quiet. I moved along the ridge, listening to the wind move through the pines, the occasional burst of birds scattering when I passed. Every so often I'd stop, kneel, and check the ground for tracks. Most of it was the usual: deer, elk, raccoon, the faint marks of smaller animals. But once in a while I'd spot something that didn't belong. A boot print, a cigarette butt, the charred circle of a campfire where no camp should have been. I logged those as I went. That was my job. Observe, record, report. Most times nothing came of it. People broke rules, wandered off, left trash. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been moving through the same stretch as I was walking, only a few days ahead of me. As the afternoon stretched on, the trail grew thinner until it was nothing but a faint line of trampled brush. I checked my map and angled downhill toward the fire road. It was one of those overgrown old routes built decades ago when the Forest Service needed access for trucks, but left to the weeds when budgets got cut and roads got closed. The thing about those roads is they still pull people in. Hunters, poachers, even folks looking for a quiet place to squat. They're just wide enough to drive if you're determined, just forgotten enough that no one stumbles on you by accident. When I reached it, the light was already starting to change. The sun dipped behind a ridge, throwing long shadows across the clearing. The road stretched both ways, but one side disappeared into a mess of down timber. I headed the other direction, moving slow, scanning the ground. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a smear of color on the dirt, something pale and out of place. I crouched and brushed aside the leaves. It was a torn piece of fabric, weathered but not old, maybe from a jacket or a pack. A few yards farther, I found another scrap, and then another. Someone had come this way, and they hadn't been careful. I followed the trail. The deeper I went, the more signs I found. Boot prints, heavy ones. A broken branch where someone had shoved through. And then, farther down, a patch of ground where the weeds were pressed flat, like someone had set up camp for a night. There were no cans or wrappers, but the shape was clear. The air was cooling fast, and I could feel the woods changing with it. The insects that hummed in the heat of day had gone quiet, and the trees creaked as if settling in for the night. I stood there, scanning the tree line, and felt the kind of stillness that makes the hair on your arms rise. I kept moving. I don't know why. I could have marked the spot on the map and radioed it in, but something pulled me deeper. Maybe it was habit, maybe it was stubbornness. Either way, I followed. The fire road twisted and narrowed until it looked less like a road and more like a scar in the forest. That's when I smelled it. It wasn't strong, but it was there. A sour, metallic tang. I've smelled it before, working as a ranger. Dead animals. Sometimes a deer caught in barbed wire, sometimes a bear that got hit on the highway. The woods are full of death, if you know how to notice. But this smelled different, sharper, like it hadn't been there long. I slowed down, every step careful, scanning the undergrowth. And then I saw something half buried in the brush. It was a backpack. At first glance, it looked like it had been tossed there, wedged against a log. I crouched and pulled it free. It was heavy, too heavy for a normal pack. The fabric was torn, and the straps were frayed like they'd been cut. Inside, I found clothes stuffed in tight, a water bottle, a cheap sleeping bag. But what caught me was the other stuff: rolled up wire, a pair of heavy gloves, and a box of rifle rounds. I put everything back and zipped it shut. My pulse was hammering. Hunters, sure, but something about it didn't feel like hunting. The smell was stronger now, pulling me farther down the road. I walked maybe another 100 yards before I found the source. It was an animal, but not in the way I expected. A deer lay in the ditch, throat cut, legs bound with rope. The body was fresh. The blood hadn't even fully soaked into the ground. Whoever had done it hadn't taken the meat, hadn't even tried. They just killed it and left it there. I stood frozen, the quiet pressing in from all sides. I'd seen poaching before, but not like this. This wasn't someone taking food. This was something else. That's when I realized how late it had gotten. The sky above was turning violet, the tree line sinking into shadow. I pulled my radio from my belt and tried to raise base, but all I got was static. Too far out. I had a choice. Head back the way I came, hike for hours in the dark, or push forward and hope the road looped back to a known trail. Neither option felt good. I marked the spot on my map, took one last look at the deer, and kept going. The farther I walked, the heavier the woods felt. Every snap of a twig made me stop cold. The smell of pine and dirt mixed with that metallic tang, following me even after I left the body behind. I passed more scraps along the way. Another torn strap, a broken piece of plastic, the faint impression of boots leading deeper still. My legs ached, my shoulders burned from the weight of my gear, but I couldn't shake the feeling that turning back wasn't safe. Not with whoever had left that behind. By the time I finally saw the faint glimmer of a clearing, the sky was nearly black. I stepped out into an old gravel pit, ringed with trees and choked with weeds. And there, tucked against the far edge, was a truck. It was half-hidden, brush pulled over it like camouflage. Rust along the fenders, mud caked on the tires. The windows were covered with cardboard from the inside. I froze, every nerve in my body screaming. The pack, the deer, the scraps, they all led here. I backed into the tree lean, careful not to make sound. I marked the location, turned, and started the long walk out. I didn't care how long it took or how dark it got. Every step of that hike, I expected to hear someone behind me. A voice, a branch snapping too close. But the woods stayed silent, and somehow that was worse. It was nearly dawn when I reached my truck. My legs were shaking, my throat dry, but I didn't stop until I was behind the wheel with the doors locked. Later, with a team, we went back. The truck was gone. So was the pack, so was the deer. All that was left were faint tire tracks in the gravel, already fading with the weather. We never found who had been out there or what exactly they'd been doing. But I'll never forget that feeling, the weight of those woods closing in, the stench of blood, the hidden truck in the clearing. People ask sometimes if this job is lonely. I always say no. The truth is, the woods are never empty. You just don't always know what's in them, or who. And after that night, I make damn sure to never ignore the signs. I've been a park ranger for a long time, and most of the time my days are simple. I check trails, clear fallen branches, look after the wildlife, and make sure visitors follow the rules. But every so often, something happens that sticks with me forever, something I can't forget no matter how much I want to. This is one of those things. It happened a few years back when I was stationed at a large state park that stretched for miles of forest, ridges, lakes, and old service roads that dated back to when the land was still private logging property. A lot of the trails were maintained for hikers, but there were areas that hardly anyone visited anymore. We had maps that showed the marked paths, but the further out you went, the more unmarked tracks you found. Old dirt roads that just ended in thickets, half-buried concrete slabs, rusting machinery covered in vines. Late one summer, I was given the job of patrolling a section of the park that didn't get much foot traffic. It was on the northern edge, about 10 miles of rough forest that ran up against farmland on one side and a river on the other. The area had a history of trouble, illegal hunters, abandoned camps, and sometimes people sneaking in to dump trash. We'd also had reports of dogs going missing from nearby farms. And though there was no proof, some folks whispered about dogfighting rings using remote spots out in the woods. That was enough to make me uneasy before I even set out. I started the patrol early in the morning. The air was damp and cool, the kind that sticks to your shirt and makes every step heavy. The trail was overgrown, grass brushing against my legs as I walked. I carried my usual gear, radio, map, compass, water, first aid kit, and a long flashlight strapped to my belt even though it was daytime. The first few hours were uneventful. I passed a few deer tracks, saw the fox dart across the underbrush, and heard woodpeckers hammering in the distance. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No voices, no distant traffic, just the crunch of my boots and the occasional snap of a twig. By noon, I'd already covered 6 miles and had found nothing worth noting except a collapsed wooden bridge over a small stream. But then about a mile past the stream, I noticed something odd. There was a side path cutting off the main trail. It wasn't marked on the map, and it didn't look like an animal trail either. It was too wide, maybe the width of an ATV, with grass pressed down as if something heavy had passed through not long ago. I felt a knot in my stomach. Unauthorized paths usually meant people doing things they weren't supposed to. I followed it. The trail wound uphill, twisting through the trees, the ground muddy in patches where old tire ruts had filled with rainwater. After about 10 minutes, I started to notice trash. Beer cans, food wrappers, broken glass bottles glinting in the dirt. That told me enough. People had been out here, probably for parties or worse. At the top of the hill, the path opened into a clearing. Right away, I saw things that didn't belong. There was a half-burned fire pit with melted plastic in the ashes, a pile of torn tarps shoved against a stump, and several wooden posts driven into the ground in a rough circle. The posts had frayed ropes tied to them, stained dark in patches that made my stomach tighten. Around the posts were bones, some small, some larger. At first I told myself they were deer bones. A lot of kids try to scare each other by dragging deer remains into circles. But the closer I looked, the less it felt like a prank. The bones weren't scattered randomly. They were piled in certain spots, as if arranged. Some were cracked, like they'd been broken apart. And among them I saw collars, dog collars. Faded, chewed, stained. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to make sense of it. My skin prickled, and every sound in the forest seemed sharper. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I pulled out my radio to call it in, but the signal was patchy this far out. Static hissed back at me. I tried again, shifting around the clearing, but it was no use. That was when I noticed something else. The clearing wasn't just a random open space. The ground had been flattened, almost like a ring. Grass was worn down, the dirt compacted. I crouched to look closer and saw scuff marks, prints, even drag lines. The smell hit me then, faint but sour, like rot that had been soaked into the soil. I wanted to leave, but something in me said I had to check further. Off to the side, there was a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. It looked fresh, branches bent back, soil kicked up. Against my better judgment, I followed it. Not 50 yards in, I found another sign. A crude wooden structure, half hidden by brush. It was nothing more than a lean-to made of pallets and metal sheets, but it looked lived in. There were old blankets inside, a lantern, and empty food cans stacked in a corner. I could tell someone had been here recently, too recently. The blankets were still dry despite the morning dew. As I stood there, I heard it, the faint snap of a branch not far away. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. It wasn't an animal. The sound was too deliberate, too heavy. I backed out of the lean-to slowly, scanning the trees. My heart hammered in my chest. I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't wait to confirm. I turned and started back toward the main trail as calmly as I could, every instinct screaming at me to run. The forest felt different now, darker, pressing in around me. I could hear faint movement behind me, like footsteps matching my pace, sometimes stopping when I stopped. When I reached the clearing again, I cut across it fast, my eyes flicking over the posts and bones one last time. I didn't look back until I was on the main trail. When I finally did, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tree line. Not close enough to make out, but there watching. I didn't wait to be sure. I walked faster, then broke into a jog. My radio was still useless, nothing but static, and I knew I had at least 4 miles before I could expect a signal again. Every minute of that hike back felt like an hour. The woods were alive with sounds, branches creaking, crows calling, brush shifting as if something was moving just out of sight. My mouth was dry, my throat tight, but I kept going, not daring to slow down. Finally, near the old stream crossing, my radio crackled back to life. I called them what I'd found, my voice shaking as I gave coordinates. Dispatch told me to head straight back to the ranger station and wait for law enforcement. That was all I needed to hear. When I got back to the station, I sat there in silence until the deputies arrived. They went out to the site with me, leading them. By then, the woods felt normal again, as if nothing had happened. But when we reached the clearing, everything was just as I left it, the posts, the bones, the collars. Only the lean-to was empty. No blankets, no lantern, no cans. Just scraps of wood and trampled dirt. Whoever had been there had cleared out fast. The investigation that followed didn't make the news. They kept it quiet, only a few lines buried in local reports about illegal animal activity under investigation. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew how close I had been to stumbling on something I wasn't supposed to. For weeks afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even on routine patrols. Every crack in the brush made my heart race. Every shadow seemed to move. The posts, the ropes, the bones, they stayed with me, a picture burned into my mind. I still work as a ranger, but I don't patrol that section alone anymore. Not after that day. Some things out here aren't about the wild, or the animals, or the land. Some things are about people. the kind you hope you never meet. That was the scariest day of my career, not because of what I found, but because of what I almost ran into. I never saw the figure clearly, never heard their voice, never found out who they were. And honestly, I don't want to. It's enough to know that deep in those woods, away from the trails and the maps, there are people who don't want to be found. And I was unlucky enough to find them. I started working as a park ranger almost 15 years ago. Over the years, I've seen a lot of strange things in the backcountry, most of them caused by people making bad choices in remote places. Fires left unattended, hikers who underestimated the distance they needed to cover, drunk campers, people getting lost when they wandered just a little too far from their trail. I've handled animal calls, rescues, and even crime scenes. But the scariest experience I ever had happened during one long summer season when I was stationed at a fairly quiet park in the Midwest. The park wasn't one of the famous ones. It was mostly known by locals, a stretch of forest with a few ridges, some wetlands, and a river that cut through the middle. We had a small campground near the visitor center, some longer backcountry trails that got minimal use, and a few old service roads left over from before the land was handed over to the Park Service. It was the kind of place where, on a weekday, you might not see another person for miles if you were hiking the deeper trails. That was usually what drew people in, the quiet, the solitude, the feeling of being away from everything. I liked it for the same reasons. On most days, my job was a mixture of paperwork, trail checks, clearing down trees, and making sure visitors didn't get in over their heads. But every ranger gets assigned patrols, and part of our work was spending nights in the backcountry during peak season. We carried radios and small kits, checked on trail conditions, and made sure campers were following regulations. Usually it was uneventful, but I liked it. I liked sleeping out there, waking up to the sound of the forest, moving through areas most people never saw. This particular trip started like any other. It was mid-July, hot and heavy with humidity, the kind of weather where sweat clings to you and the mosquitoes never seem to quit. I was scheduled for a 3-night patrol that would take me along 2 long trails and across some of the old service roads before looping back near the river. It wasn't a tough assignment. I'd done it before. The only difference was that this time, a section of the service road had been reported as increasingly overgrown by a maintenance worker. So part of my task was to take a close look and see if it was still usable for emergencies. I set out early in the morning, radio checked, pack heavy with supplies, maps, first aid, and gear for overnight camping. The first day went smoothly. The trails were in good condition, and I only came across 2 groups of hikers who were already heading back toward the campground. By evening, I set up my small tent near a clearing and listened to the cicadas buzzing like electricity through the trees. It was hot, but the night settled over me the way it always did, comfortable in its routine. The second day was when things began to feel off. I left the main trail and followed one of the old service roads. These roads weren't open to the public anymore, but they were handy for rangers when we needed to reach deeper areas of the park quickly. They were also easy to follow because they cut wide paths through the forest, although in some places they were little more than 2 narrow ruts with grass growing up through the center. I walked for several miles, checking the condition. At first it was fine, overgrown in spots, but nothing unusual. Then, as the day stretched on and the sun started sinking lower, I noticed that this section of the road didn't look like the others. The trees seemed thicker here, branches leaning overhead, shutting out more of the sky. The ground was uneven, almost like it hadn't been traveled in years. And then I realized something that unsettled me more than I expected. I didn't hear anything. Usually in summer, the forest is never quiet. Birds, insects, the constant background hum of life. But as I moved deeper along that road, it felt muted. My boots crunched the gravel, and the sound carried strangely far, like I was the only moving thing in miles. I told myself maybe it was just the heat of the day, or maybe I was tired and not noticing the smaller noises. Still, it put me on edge. Around dusk, I found a spot just off the road to set up camp. It was a flat area with some trees that gave me cover, and I figured I'd continue the patrol in the morning. As the night came down, I cooked a quick meal on my small stove and went through my usual checks. But I kept getting the feeling that something was wrong. I look up from whatever I was doing and scan the trees. Nothing moved. The silence pressed in hard. That night, I barely slept. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, heart racing, as if I'd heard something, footsteps, maybe, or something brushing against the undergrowth. But when I listened, there was only silence. I told myself it was nerves, that the isolation was getting to me, but I've done dozens of solo patrols before. I know what that feels like, and this was different. This felt like waiting for something I couldn't see. By morning, I was exhausted, but I packed up and kept moving. The service road got worse. Branches slapped against my shoulders, weeds nearly waist-high in some places. I made notes on my map, marking it as barely usable. But what bothered me more was what I started noticing in the dirt. Tracks. At first, I thought they were deer or maybe even feral dogs. But as I looked closer, I realized these weren't animal prints. They were boot tracks. Not fresh, but not old either. Some cut across the road. Some followed it for long stretches. And here's the thing. This section of the park wasn't open to the public. Nobody should have been walking there. I followed them for a while, curiosity overriding caution. The tracks meandered in strange ways, sometimes veering off into the trees, sometimes circling back toward the road. I began to get the feeling whoever made them wasn't just passing through. They'd been lingering, spending time. The further I went, the more signs I saw. A broken branch here, grass pressed down as if someone had crouched there. Once, I found a tree with the bark carved into rough lines like someone had dragged a knife over it again and again. No initials, no words, just gouges. My stomach sank with unease. I wasn't afraid of stumbling across hunters or locals sneaking in. That happened sometimes. What got to me was the sense that whoever had been here didn't care about hiding. They left marks. They wanted someone to notice. By the time the sun dipped again, I was jumpy and more tired than I wanted to admit. I found another spot to camp, farther from the road this time, hoping the cover of the trees would make me feel less exposed. But the night was worse. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of something outside my tent. It was slow, deliberate. Crunch, pause, crunch, like a person stepping carefully, testing the ground. My chest went cold. I reached for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on yet. I just lay there, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps moved around the tent, close enough that I could feel the vibration of each step in the ground. Then they stopped. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, every muscle tight, waiting for the fabric of the tent to rustle or a shadow to pass. Nothing happened. Eventually, I heard the steps again, moving away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as it was light, I packed up fast, barely eating. My hands shook as I rolled my tent. I kept checking the trees, convinced I'd see someone standing there. But I never did. The last stretch of the patrol was a blur. I pushed myself hard, covering miles without stopping. The road grew rougher, then finally connected back to the main trail near the river. Relief washed over me when I saw familiar markers again. But when I reached the station, filthy, exhausted, I couldn't shake what had happened. Later that day, I went over my notes with another ranger. I mentioned the condition of the road, the overgrowth, the tracks. I didn't say everything. I didn't tell him about the footsteps outside my tent. Part of me didn't want to sound paranoid. He nodded, marked the road as closed for now, and that was it. But for weeks after, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About the silence, the tracks that circled back, the deliberate way the steps had gone around my tent. Someone was out there. Not a hiker, not a hunter. Someone who knew that part of the park wasn't used anymore, and who seemed comfortable being where they shouldn't. That summer ended, and I never went back on that particular road again. The section was eventually abandoned, swallowed by the forest. Officially, it's gone now. But every so often, I think about those nights. About how, out in the middle of nowhere, with no one else for miles, someone had walked circles around me while I lay inside thin nylon walls. And the scariest part is that I never saw their face, never heard a voice, never found out who they were or what they wanted. Only that they were there, and that they knew I was there too. That's enough to keep me awake, even now. I started working as a park ranger because I thought it would be quiet work, the kind of job where most of my stress would come from paperwork or maybe the occasional rowdy camper. I like the idea of being outside, walking long trails, and keeping an eye on nature. I had done enough odd jobs before this: construction, some warehouse work, and a short stretch as a security guard, that I thought being a ranger would be more peaceful. At first but I learned quickly that peace can be deceiving. What looks like an empty forest isn't empty. It's full of things you don't think about until you're alone with them. Animals, people who don't want to be found, and the kind of accidents that can happen when you're miles from help. The scariest shift I ever had wasn't about ghosts or strange lights in the sky. It was about being alone, far from anyone else, and realizing the danger wasn't something supernatural. It was people. It was in the late fall, the kind of season when the leaves had dropped enough that the woods looked barer, but the cold hadn't fully set in yet. Nights dropped into the 30s, sometimes colder, and days were chilly but manageable. The park I was assigned to covered a large patch of land, thousands of acres, and while we had a few staff campgrounds, most of it was backcountry trails and old fire roads. That day, I was scheduled for a patrol on the far side of the park, an area we didn't get to very often. There were old service roads that wound into valleys and ridges where nobody really camped anymore, but we still had to check them once in a while for downed trees, washouts, or evidence of poaching. My supervisor sent me out in one of the trucks with the idea that I'd cover the whole loop before dark and report back. I packed my gear carefully. I had my radio, a first aid kit, water, food, flashlight, spare batteries, and my map. I always carried a good knife, and the park issued us sidearms, though I had never needed to draw mine in the time I'd been there. I set out mid-morning, driving the slow dirt road deeper into the section we called the North Hollow. The road narrowed quickly, with trees leaning over from both sides. The farther I went, the quieter it became, until I couldn't even hear the highway miles behind me anymore. I stopped at the first gate, got out, and walked a bit of the trail. I checked for signs of erosion, made notes about a section where water had cut into the side, and then drove farther. Around noon, I pulled over by an old trailhead, ate a sandwich, and listened to the forest. There was nothing unusual: squirrels, a woodpecker, the faint crackle of leaves moving with the wind. It was later, maybe an hour and a half before sunset, when things began to feel different. I had pulled the truck over near the end of the loop, where the road almost gave out into a thin trail that eventually led to a fire tower. The tower had been closed for years, but we still walked up once in a while to make sure nobody had broken in. I decided to hike up there before heading back. I locked the truck, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started up the trail. The air was crisp, and every step crunched on dry leaves. The path climbed steadily, and I kept my eyes open for fresh tracks or signs of campsites. About half an hour in, I found something odd. Just off the trail was a small clearing, maybe 20 feet across, where someone had clearly cut branches and dragged them into a rough lean-to. It wasn't new. It looked like it had been there a few weeks at least, but there were fresh signs: ash in a fire pit, footprints in the dirt, and a couple of food wrappers tucked into the corner. It wasn't unusual to find squatters or hunters setting up temporary shelters, but we were supposed to report them. I jotted down notes, then walked around the site. That's when I found something that unsettled me. Behind the lean-to, hidden under a layer of leaves, was a pile of animal bones. Small ones, like raccoons or rabbits. They weren't just scattered, they were stacked. It looked deliberate. The skulls were set in a line, and the rest of the bones were piled neatly behind them. I crouched down and stared at it for a while, trying to make sense of it. Hunters didn't usually do that. Most people tossed remains aside or left them near the fire pit. The careful way they had been placed gave me a bad feeling. I marked the spot on my map and decided I'd head up to the tower quickly, then come back and check the site more carefully in daylight another time. The trail steepened, and as the sun dropped lower, shadows stretched long between the trees. I finally reached the base of the fire tower just as the last light was fading. The tower rose above the treetops, old metal stairs rusting, the cabin at the top boarded up. I walked around it, checked the base for signs of entry, and found nothing. But then I noticed something in the dirt nearby. Footprints. Fresh ones. They circled the base of the tower, then led off into the woods. They weren't boot prints like mine, but sneakers. And they weren't old. The edges were sharp, not softened by wind or rain. Whoever had made them had been there recently, maybe even earlier that same day. I stood there in the dim light, looking at those prints, and felt the first real twinge of unease. It wasn't unusual for hikers to come up, but between the lean-to, the bones, and now these tracks circling the tower, it painted a picture I didn't like. The forest had gone quiet too. No woodpeckers, no rustle of squirrels. Just a faint groan of trees in the wind. I checked my watch and realized I needed to head back down if I wanted to reach the truck before full dark. Halfway down the trail, I felt it, the sense that I wasn't alone. It's hard to explain, but anyone who's spent time alone in the woods knows it. The hair on the back of your neck stands up, your ears tuned to every sound, and your steps suddenly feel too loud. I kept going, forcing myself not to stop. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards back between the trees with a figure, just standing there. I froze. The figure didn't move. I couldn't make out details, it was too far and the light was fading, but it was clearly a person, tall still, watching. I forced myself to keep walking, not speeding up but not slowing down either. Every few steps I glanced back, and the figure was still there, always about the same distance away. It followed without following, never getting closer, never falling behind. By the time I reached the lean-to clearing again, I was sweating even though the air was cold. I glanced back one more time, and the figure was gone. I hurried the rest of the way down and reached the truck just as darkness set in. I got inside, locked the doors, and sat there for a minute, my breath loud in the cab. I radioed back to base, reported the lean-to, and that I'd seen signs of someone camping illegally. I didn't mention the figure. I don't know why. Maybe I thought they'd think I was overreacting. Driving back along that dirt road, headlights bouncing, I kept checking my mirrors. I didn't relax until I was back near the main road, where I finally saw the glow of the ranger station lights in the distance. The next morning, I came back with another ranger. We hiked up to the lean-to together, and what we found still bothers me. The pile of bones was gone. Every single one. The ground where they had been stacked was disturbed, like someone had swept it clean. There were fresh footprints, too. Sneakers again, all around the site, circling, leading off into the woods. We followed them a short way, but they disappeared over rocky ground. We never caught whoever it was. We logged the site, closed off the trail for maintenance, and recommended more frequent patrols in the area. But as far as I know, nobody was ever found. I still think about that night sometimes. The bones stacked like a shrine, the fresh prints around the tower, the silent figure in the trees, always just far enough back to be seen, but not close enough to be identified. It wasn't a ghost, and it wasn't anything supernatural. It was someone out there, living in those woods, doing things I didn't want to understand. And the worst part is knowing they're probably still out there. I started working as a park ranger in my mid-20s, and by the time this happened, I already had years of routine under my belt. I thought I knew what the job could throw at me. Lost hikers, reckless campers, sudden storms, car accidents on back roads, maybe a bear sighting or two if I was unlucky. I never thought the scariest thing I'd face would be the kind of thing that happens quietly, without warning, something that didn't care about rules, boundaries, or the comfort of believing that the woods are neutral ground. The park where I worked wasn't one of the big famous ones that pull in thousands of visitors every day. It was a spread of about 70,000 acres tucked away in the mountains, full of dense timber, rocky ridges, deep ravines, and miles upon miles of old logging roads that had slowly been reclaimed by the forest. Most visitors came for the hiking trails, fishing streams, or the campgrounds. But most of the land was rough, rarely used, and only really seen by rangers like me when we had to patrol or check boundaries. I always liked that part of the job. Driving the back roads, sometimes hiking for miles on foot with nobody around, felt peaceful most of the time. I'd come to enjoy the silence. The way I could hear the wind move differently through pine, stands versus oak ridges, the way the ground smelled after rain. But I also knew the other side of it, the way the isolation could turn on you, how the woods that felt calm in the daylight could twist into something suffocating when you realize you were truly alone out there, miles from any help if something went wrong. That summer, we've been dealing with an uptick of problems that didn't feel like the usual visitor mistakes. There were signs of camps popping up deep in the restricted zones, places where nobody had any business staying. Old fire rings with fresh ash, beer cans scattered, sometimes even stashes of food sealed up in buckets and buried shallowly under dirt and leaves. It wasn't the normal, careless hiker stuff. These were deliberate, like someone was setting up long-term spots. A couple of times I'd come across cut logs stacked like benches or tarps folded up and stashed to stay dry. Most of the time we chalked it up to squatters. The area was remote, and every now and then somebody tried to set up an off-grid living situation in the park until we found them and cleared them out. But there was something different this time. I couldn't shake it. The sites weren't occupied when I found them, but they always felt like they had been used just hours before I got there. The fires weren't just old char. Sometimes the coals were faintly warm. The cigarette butts weren't weathered. And there was a strange precision about the way things were left. No garbage strewn about, no random food wrappers, just the kind of gear that was meant to stay hidden until the owner came back. One of my jobs was to map where these sites popped up to keep track of patterns. Most were scattered far from trails, way deeper than most casual campers would bother to push. And slowly I noticed they weren't random at all. They lined up along one of the oldest service roads, a rough track that had been closed for decades, overgrown with brush and half-rotted bridges. On the maps, it didn't go anywhere important, just cut across ridges before dead-ending near the park's northern boundary. I hadn't driven it in years since it wasn't maintained, but the camps I found told me someone was using it like a private highway, ducking in and out of the park where the boundary met unpatrolled national forest. I decided to check it more closely. One morning in late July, I loaded up my truck with water, first aid gear, and my usual kit, then started down the old road. I didn't expect to get far. Most times the fallen trees and washed-out gullies forced you to hike. But the deeper I went, the more I noticed the brush cleared just enough that a vehicle had passed. Not a huge truck, but maybe a Jeep or even an ATV. The tire ruts were faint but fresh, pressed into damp soil where rain had fallen 2 nights before. I kept going, weaving through sections where branches had been sawed away. Whoever was using the road wanted to keep it hidden, but they weren't just walking it. They had wheels in here. That unsettled me more than I liked to admit. It meant intention, planning, and strength in numbers, because dragging supplies this far by foot wasn't easy. I parked when the road narrowed to a point where the truck couldn't pass without scraping the sides. Then I continued on foot. The air grew still the deeper I went, the usual hum of birds and insects thinning out. That silence always made me alert. It meant predators sometimes, but here it just felt deliberate, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. About 2 miles in, I came across the first real structure. It wasn't big, just a lean-to made of branches lashed together, covered in an old tarp camouflaged with mud and leaves. Inside were plastic bins stacked neatly, sealed with duct tape. I didn't open them. Protocol said not to disturb evidence until law enforcement could join, but I marked the coordinates and noted everything down. The ground around it was swept clean, no trash, no food scraps. Whoever used it knew how to stay hidden. I should have turned back then, reported up the chain, waited for backup. But I kept walking. I told myself it was just curiosity, that I wanted to get a better picture before wasting anyone's time. But really, I think some part of me didn't believe it was dangerous. I thought maybe I'd catch sight of hunters' cache, maybe even run into some harmless squatters I could scare off. I didn't yet understand what I was really walking into. The road curved along a ridge before dropping into a hollow where an old creek bed cut through. The bridge there had long since collapsed, leaving only rotted planks in the mud. On the far side, I saw it, another lean-to, this one larger, with actual lumber instead of branches. Smoke stains on the wood above told me fires had been lit nearby often. And then I noticed the tracks. Not just one set, but many. Heavy boots, different sizes, deep impressions where boxes had been dragged. The strangest part was the animal bones. They were scattered in a pile, just off the road, stripped clean. Deer mostly, maybe raccoon. All the meat had been cut, not chewed, and they weren't left to rot. They'd been dumped in one spot like trash. My gut finally twisted hard enough to override my curiosity. I pulled out my GPS, marked the coordinates, and started to backtrack. But before I made it 50 yards, I heard something that froze me in place. It was faint but clear, the sound of an engine, not far. It wasn't coming down the road behind me. It was cutting across from the forest on my right, maybe a smaller ATV moving over rough ground. The pitch rose and fell as it climbed over rocks. I dropped low, instinct more than thought, and eased myself off the road into the brush. My uniform wasn't exactly camouflage, but I stayed still, crouched behind a blowdown. My heart thudded so hard I thought it might give me away. The engine grew louder, then idled. I heard voices, not words, just tones. Low, casual, like people comfortable in a place they knew well. They were close, within 100 yards, maybe less. My throat went dry. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After what felt like forever, the sound faded again, the engine carrying them deeper along the road. But it didn't relax me. If anything, it made everything worse. Because now I knew for sure. This wasn't just a couple squatters or kids fooling around. There were multiple people moving supplies, building structures, hunting game, setting up hidden camps in the backcountry. Drug runners, maybe illegal hunters. Something organized enough that I had no business being out there alone. I waited nearly half an hour before I dared to move. Every snap of a twig under my boots felt deafening. I made it back to my truck, hands shaking as I started the engine. The drive out was slow, every turn of the tires making me feel exposed, like they might come up behind me any second. When I finally reached the station, I filed the report exactly by the book. My supervisor didn't doubt me. We'd heard rumors before, illegal grow sites, smuggling trails through the national forests, but nothing this concrete. Within a week, law enforcement was brought in. They combed the area hard, and what they found confirmed everything I'd seen and worse. Hidden camps, storage bins full of supplies, remains of butchered animals poached illegally, and evidence of drugs, chemical containers, fertilizer, scraps of irrigation line. They had been running a grow operation deep in the park, using the old service road as their lifeline. What made it worse was how long it had been going on. Some of the structures weren't new. They'd been there years, slowly built up and abandoned in cycles. And nobody had noticed until now. The bust took weeks and arrests were made, but not everyone was caught. The woods are too big, too full of places to disappear. The thought that some of them might still be out there has never really left me. I kept working the park for years after, but I never shook the memory of crouching behind that blowdown, listening to voices drift through the trees, knowing how close I'd come to stepping right into them. The woods didn't feel quite the same after that. They still looked beautiful, still smelled of pine and earth after rain, but I knew better. They weren't empty, and they weren't neutral. They held whatever people put in them. And sometimes, what people put in them was far darker than anything nature had to offer. That day changed the way I worked forever. I never again walked a trail. I've worked as a park ranger long enough to know that the wilderness hides its own kind of dangers, the kind that don't need any made-up ghost stories to keep a person awake at night. The woods, the rivers, the empty stretches of trails and back roads, they all carry their own weight. What makes it worse is that you can spend years in the same place, walking the same trails and roads, checking the same gates and campsites, and just when you think you've seen every odd thing the land can throw at you, something new crawls out of the trees and sets its teeth in you. I learned that the hard way one summer, and it still feels like the longest stretch of days I've ever lived through. It started in late June, when the park really filled up. Families came in with their tents and coolers. College kids showed up with packs and borrowed gear, and hunters started scouting for the early fall season. My job that month was mostly trail checks and overnight patrols. That meant I hiked a lot, drove the service roads, and made sure the campsite stayed clean and quiet. Usually it was uneventful, just long miles on foot or by truck, hours of trees on either side, the same dirt crunching under my boots. I liked it that way. Uneventful meant safe. Uneventful meant no emergencies, no lost kids, no medical calls. But in the second week of June, reports started coming in that people were hearing things at night out in the northern section. The first reports were vague. Someone at a campsite said they heard what sounded like an injured dog in the trees after dark. Another hiker wrote in the log at the trailhead that they thought a deer had been crying all night. I didn't think much of it at first. Animals get caught in traps, sometimes illegal ones, and they make noise. Injured deer or coyotes will scream in ways that shake you up if you've never heard them before. Most city folks don't know the difference, so their minds run wild. But then more reports rolled in, and the pattern started to bother me. It wasn't just random campsites hearing things. It was always in the same rough area, near a cluster of old service roads north of Pine Ridge. That patch of woods wasn't popular with visitors. It was rougher terrain, thicker brush, and most of the trails out there were closed years back when we rerouted the park map. The roads were still there though, half grown over, narrow ruts lined with saplings and tall grass. I knew the area well enough, and I also knew that if something was really going on, it was my responsibility to figure it out. One evening, near the middle of the month, I headed out on patrol up that way. I parked the truck at the last open gate and walked the service road in with my pack and flashlight. The sun was dropping fast, throwing long shadows across the ruts. The trees closed in quick, and it got quiet in a way that I always notice. Insects kept buzzing, but bird calls thinned out, and the wind didn't move the trees much. I walked for close to an hour, checking for anything obvious, tracks, trash, maybe signs of illegal hunting or camping. Nothing, just the crunch of gravel under my boots, the smell of pine, and the slow fall of night around me. It wasn't until I turned back that I heard something. At first it was faint, so faint I thought I imagined it. A sound like crying, thin and weak, floating from deeper in the brush. I froze on the road and listened hard. It came again, and this time there was no mistaking it. It sounded like a person, or maybe an animal, but had that ragged, pained edge that makes the hair on your arms lift. I waited, listening, trying to place it. It came from the west, maybe a couple hundred yards off the road, buried in the thickest part of the woods. I knew the protocol. If there's a chance it's a person, I had to check it out. So I marked my spot on the road with a strip of bright tape and pushed into the brush. The undergrowth was thick, ferns and vines tugging at my legs, branches slapping at my shoulders. The sound came again, louder this time, then stopped. I moved slow, shining my light ahead, trying not to trip or get turned around. After maybe 15 minutes, I found a small clearing. It was nothing special, just a patch where the ground dipped and the trees spread wider. The crying had stopped by then, and the clearing was dead silent. What I'd find was unsettling. In the middle of the clearing, there was a small pile of bones. Not fresh, not whole skeletons, but broken, scattered pieces. Deer by the look of it, and maybe raccoon. They'd been picked clean, dry and brittle. Around the pile, the grass was flattened, like something had bedded down there more than once. I stood there for a while, shining my light over every corner of that clearing, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't unusual to find predator kill sites. Coyotes, bobcats, even bears sometimes. But the bones looked too arranged, almost stacked. Not like a scatter from feeding. It didn't sit right with me. I backed out the way I came, marking the trail as I went, and got back to the road. The night had fully set in by then, and the air felt heavier. I didn't hear the crying again, but I couldn't shake the unease crawling up my back. I reported it when I returned, logged the coordinates, and planned to return in daylight with another ranger. The next morning, we went back out. I brought another ranger named Daniels with me. We followed my marks into the clearing, but when we got there, the bones were gone. The grass was still flattened, the dirt still churned, but the pile I'd seen was stripped bare. Daniels gave me a look, and I could tell he thought maybe I'd mistaken things. But I knew what I saw. We searched the area hard, but nothing turned up. No bones, no fresh tracks, no sign of a kill. Just empty woods and the steady buzz of insects. After that, the reports didn't stop. Campers kept hearing noises, sometimes crying, sometimes something heavier moving through the brush at night. One family swore they heard footsteps circling their tent for hours. By the end of the month, I've been sent out there half a dozen times, each time coming back with nothing more than unease and a sense of being watched. Daniels brushed it off. He said it was probably coyotes, or even just the wind carrying strange sounds. But deep down, I knew it was more. Things escalated in July. On a routine sweep, I found a torn-up tent off an old service road. It wasn't registered to any site. Someone had been camping illegally. The tent was shredded, half collapsed, gear scattered around like a storm had torn through. Food wrappers, a sleeping bag, a backpack with clothes. But no sign of the camper. No blood either, which at first made me think maybe they just left in a hurry. But the edges of the tent fabric were ripped in clean lines, not gnawed or clawed. It looked like a knife had done it, or maybe someone tearing at it in a frenzy. I packed out the gear and filed a report. A week later, another site turned up in the same state. By mid-July, I couldn't ignore the feeling that someone was out there. Not an animal, a person, maybe more than one. The bones, the sounds, the ruined camps, it lined up too well. My mind kept circling the same thought. Squatters. It wasn't unheard of. People living off the grid, hiding deep in the park where no one goes. Most of the time, they just want to be left alone, but sometimes it's worse. Sometimes they don't want to be found for a reason. The breaking point came in early August. I was on night patrol, walking the stretch of road past Pine Ridge again. The moon was out, enough light that I kept my flashlight off most of the time. The air was still, heavy with that damp summer weight that makes you sweat just standing still. I heard movement in the brush, steady and deliberate. Not the quick scatter of deer or the light scamper of a raccoon. This was heavier, slower. I froze and listened, heart kicking hard. The sound moved parallel to me, keeping pace just inside the tree line. I walked, it walked. I stopped, it stopped. I can't explain the chill that went through me. I finally swung my light into the trees, beam cutting through the leaves. For half a second, I thought I saw something. A figure, pale against the dark, crouched low. Then it slipped back into the brush, gone before my brain could register it fully. I stood there for a long time, light shaking in my hand, every nerve screaming. Eventually, I made myself move, walking steady but fast back toward the truck. The sound followed me almost the whole way, always just out of sight, until I hit the clearing near the gate. Then silence. Nothing. Like it melted away. After that, I didn't go out there alone again. We organized a bigger sweep, rangers and local deputies, combing the area for signs of squatters or illegal activity. We found traces, makeshift fire pits, a few more bones, some clothes half buried in the dirt, but no people. No camp, no real shelter, nothing we could pin down. Still, I knew what I'd felt. I knew I hadn't been alone that night. The reports slowly died off towards September, when the heat broke and the park emptied out. But I never forgot those months. To this day, I believe there was someone living out there, moving through the woods at night, watching campsites, scavenging, maybe worse. They knew the land well enough to hide, well enough to make themselves ghosts without being ghosts at all. And that, to me, is scarier than any story about spirits or monsters. Because the woods are big, bigger than most people realize. And if someone wants to disappear in them, if they want to live in the dark corners no one visits, they can. They could be right there a few feet off the trail, watching, waiting, and you'd never know until it was too late. That summer taught me a lesson I took the ranger job thinking it would be quiet. I thought it would be the kind of work where the hardest part of the day was hiking trails, checking signs, and maybe warning a few campers about bears or fire safety. I didn't think I'd ever come close to real fear. I didn't think I'd feel the kind of nerves that make your hands shake when you try to hold a flashlight steady. But one assignment changed that for me. The refuge I was stationed at was huge. Thousands of acres of mixed forest, old swamps, and miles of winding dirt roads that split off into fire lanes and forgotten paths. A lot of it wasn't open to the public. Some areas had been logged decades ago and left to regrow. Other places were dangerous because of unstable ground, flooded bogs, or old structures half buried in the woods. My job wasn't just watching over campers and hikers. I had to patrol the places nobody was supposed to go. There were nights when I'd get called out for strange things. Someone would see a fire way out where no campsite was supposed to be. Sometimes hunters ignored the rules and went into restricted zones. Other times, it was just people dumping trash, burning tires, or worse. I learned quick that most of the scariest things in the woods weren't animals. They were people. One summer, the supervisors decided to extend patrol hours into parts of the refuge that hadn't been checked in months. Some stretches of road were washed out, and the maps didn't match what was really out there. They wanted new reports. I was assigned one of the rougher areas, a zone that used to be private land before the government bought it up. On the old maps, there were dotted squares where barns, hunting cabins, and even small houses had stood. Most of them were gone by the time I worked there, but you could still find crumbling stone foundations and rusted fences if you walked far enough. I packed light, water, first aid, radio, flashlight, map, and my sidearm. I carried a shotgun in the truck, but I rarely brought it out unless it was hunting season and I was worried about running into people with rifles. The day was hot, humid enough that sweat soaked through my uniform before I'd walked half a mile. The trails were overgrown, thorny, with grass waist-high in places. You had to keep moving because ticks clung to you if you stopped. By afternoon, I logged a few miles, checked a set of old firebreak roads, and marked spots where trees had fallen across the paths. It was the kind of work that wears you down slow. Nothing exciting, just the crunch of boots and the sound of cicadas whining in the trees. But the further I went, the quieter it got. In the refuge, you get used to certain sounds. Birds chatter during the day. Frogs bark near the water. Even the buzzing of insects is constant. But in that section of woods, the noise died away until it felt heavy, like the trees themselves were pressing in. I kept walking, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe I was in a transition zone between wetlands and drier forest, where certain animals just didn't stay long. About 4 miles in, I found something strange. There was a clearing that wasn't on my updated map. It wasn't a natural meadow either. The ground was leveled in a square shape, maybe the size of a small yard. At the far end was what looked like the remains of a foundation. Concrete blocks, cracked and half sunken, lined in a rough rectangle. Old pieces of metal jutted from the dirt. I could see rotted boards, iron nails rusted red, and shards of glass scattered in the weeds. Someone had built here once. I stopped and jotted notes. Usually these old sites didn't mean much, just remnants from before the government took the land. But what caught me off guard was how fresh some of it looked. The boards weren't rotting into the soil the way century-old wood should. Some looked maybe 10 or 15 years old. That didn't make sense. This section had been restricted for decades. I crouched down to check closer and noticed footprints. Not mine, not old either. The ground was dry, but in the shade of the foundation, there was enough softness in the soil to hold the shapes. Heavy boots, wide treads, multiple sets. At least 3 different people had been there recently. The tracks weren't washed out by rain, which meant they couldn't have been more than a week old. That bothered me. When you're out there alone, miles from the nearest road, fresh signs of other people feel wrong. Even if they're harmless hikers, the knowledge that they're wandering places they shouldn't be sets off alarms in your head. People who go that deep without permission usually have reasons. None of them good. I circled the clearing, scanning. There were beer cans tucked against the foundation wall, but not rusted through. A tarp, shredded at one end, was tangled in the brush. I found the charred remains of a fire pit, blackened stones, and half-burned sticks. Someone had been camping here. I marked it on the map and radioed in. Static crackled, but I got through enough words to confirm I'd found signs of trespassing. Dispatch told me to photograph the site and keep moving. They'd send a cleanup crew later. I didn't like that answer. I spent another half hour circling the woods near the clearing. I found more signs, branches cut with a saw, not broken naturally. A rope tied between trees, sagging like it once held a tarp. And then, stranger than anything else, I found bones. They weren't big, probably deer bones, bleached by the sun. But the way they were arranged didn't look natural. A set of leg bones had been stacked in a neat pile beside a stump. Ribs were lined out in a fan pattern. Skulls were missing. That detail stuck with me. Scavengers don't pile bones like that. Hunters don't bother hauling bones back to camp. Whoever did it had taken the time to arrange them. By then, my nerves were tightening. Sweat rolled down my back, but it wasn't from the heat. Every crunch of brush behind me made me spin with the flashlight, even though the sun was still up. I had that crawling feeling between my shoulder blades, the one that says you're being watched. I forced myself to keep working. I logged the bones, photographed them, marked the location. Then I kept walking deeper along the trail. The path narrowed, almost closed in by trees. I had to push branches aside, thorns snagging my shirt. The ground dipped downhill, soggy with water seepage. My boots sucked into the mud. After half a mile, I saw another clearing. Smaller this time. There was something in the middle. It took a second for my eyes to process it. At first, I thought it was another old structure. But as I got closer, I realized it was a cage. A cage made of steel bars, maybe 6 feet high, 6 wide. It was old, rust chewing through every joint, but had been dragged out into the open on purpose. The ground beneath it was bare, trampled dirt with no grass. Inside, leaves had piled up, but no branches had fallen through. I froze. There's no reason for something like that to be in the middle of the refuge. I walked slow around it. The cage door was bent, hanging half off its hinges. Chains lay coiled beside it. The metal was heavy gauge, far too thick to have been built for small animals. It wasn't a hunting trap. It wasn't a livestock pen. This was made to hold something strong. Or someone. I crouched and checked the dirt. Same thing as before, footprints. Deep ones. The kind you make when you're hauling weight. Tracks led in and out of the clearing. Some overlapped. I felt my stomach twist. At that point, the sun had dipped lower, throwing the woods into long shadows. I kept my flashlight in my hand, even though it wasn't dark yet. My radio sputtered with static when I tried to call again. Too much interference. I didn't like standing there. The air felt still, like the moment before a storm, even though the sky was clear. So I marked it, photographed it, and turned back toward the truck. The walkout should have taken an hour. It felt like 3. Every sound made me stiffen. Once I heard something crack in the brush and spun fast enough that my light beam shook across the trees. Nothing there. Another time, I thought I heard faint voices, low, like 2 or 3 men murmuring somewhere off the path. I stood, listening, but the sound never came back. By the time I reached the truck, night had dropped hard. I drove out on dirt roads, headlights bouncing over ruts, heart still hammering. When I turned in my report the next morning, the supervisors went quiet. They didn't like hearing about the cage. They didn't like the footprints. They told me to stay out of that zone until further notice. A few weeks later, that whole section of the refuge was marked closed for environmental concerns. Nobody explained more than that. But I never forgot the feeling of standing in front of that cage, knowing it had been used, knowing someone had dragged it there and left it. And I never forgot the sound of those faint voices in the trees, the ones I could never find. That was the first time the woods stopped feeling safe for me. After that, every patrol carried a weight. Every crunch of leaves behind me made me wonder if someone was out there, watching, waiting. And to this day, when I think about the cage, I don't picture animals. I picture people, because I know what cages are built for. I started working as a park ranger years ago, and I thought I'd seen just about every kind of trouble that people or nature could throw my way. But there was one stretch of time that stuck with me more than anything else, and even now, I can still picture every step of it in my head when I close my eyes. It was during late summer when the heat lingers all day and the nights are just cool enough to make you forget how hot the sun had been beating down earlier. I had been assigned to patrol one of the larger and less visited areas of the park, a section with long stretches of woods that opened up to lakes and marshland. It was the kind of place where most people only ventured if they were serious about hiking or camping. Families stuck closer to the well-worn trails, the picnic areas, and the lakes where the water was easy to access. The area I was working that month was quiet, the kind of quiet that got into your head if you weren't used to it. I had been on that assignment for about 3 weeks when something started to feel off. Normally, you pick up a rhythm in the woods, the sound of insects, the way the wind moves the branches, the patterns of small animals scurrying around. Even when it's quiet, there's a kind of life to the place that you get used to. But I noticed that whole stretches of trail seemed unusually still. It wasn't just in one spot either. I go down one section where there should have been squirrels or deer or even just the constant buzz of crickets, and instead it felt dead. Then I'd hike a few more miles and it would feel normal again. At first, I brushed it off. Animals move around. Noise changes with weather. Sometimes you just get unlucky and walk through during a lull. But as the days went on, I realized I was finding strange things too. The first was a pile of rocks that didn't belong there. I had been walking a service road, the kind we use to get deeper into the backcountry with trucks, when I spotted it at the edge of the tree line. It wasn't big, maybe 2 feet high, but the rocks were stacked carefully one on top of the other in a way that was too precise to be random. Campers sometimes did things like that, but this was nowhere near the camping areas. It was way off where no casual visitor would go. I noted it down on my log and kept moving. A few days later, I found another one, this time on the far side of the marsh. The same size, the same careful stacking, like someone had taken the time to balance each stone. Again, it wasn't near anything useful, not a campsite, not a trail marker, nothing. Just standing there in a place where nobody had any reason to be stacking rocks. Around that same week, I started finding cut saplings. It looked like someone had been taking a hatchet or a small saw to thin trees, cutting them down at the base. They weren't used for firewood because I never saw any evidence of fire pits nearby. Some of the saplings had been cut halfway and left to splinter over. Others were cleaned through, just left to rot on the ground. It wasn't against the law to cut deadfall, but these were green, living trees, and it was clear whoever was doing it wasn't using them. By then, I had a sense in my gut that someone was spending a lot of time in that area where they shouldn't have been. My job was to figure out who and why. I started walking the same loops over and over, trying to find fresh signs. It wasn't until a week later that I came across something that made the hair on my arm stand up. About 2 miles off the service road, there was an old fire tower that hadn't been used in decades. It was still standing, but the staircase had rotted out and the whole thing leaned a little in the wind. I had been near it before, but that time when I walked into the clearing, I saw movement. Someone had been there recently. Grass was flattened, and there was a piece of tarp tucked against the tower. When I pulled it back, I found what looked like a makeshift bedroll. It wasn't trash left behind by a hiker. It was being used actively. The tarp was clean, the roll was dry, and there were food wrappers stuffed into the weeds nearby. I felt my stomach sink. Living out in the woods wasn't unheard of. People camped long-term all the time, though usually they stuck closer to the trails or lakes. But this had a different feel. It wasn't someone casually extending their camping trip. It looked like someone who didn't want to be found. I searched the immediate area, and not far from the tower, I found another pile of rocks. This one was taller, maybe 3 feet, and on top was the skull of a deer. The antlers were gone, the jaw was missing, but the skull was propped carefully on the stones like a display. I backed away from it slowly. I don't scare easy, but there was something about the way it had been placed that felt deliberate, like a message I wasn't supposed to understand. I reported what I found, but out there, resources are thin. Unless it was an immediate danger to visitors, we didn't get law enforcement rushing in. They told me to keep an eye on it, document everything, and let them know if I found anyone in person. So that's what I did. Over the next 2 weeks, I kept finding signs. More cut saplings, more wrappers, more little piles of rocks with odd things placed on top. A feather, a rusted tin can, once even a pair of shoes that had been slit down the sides with a knife. And all the while, I had the feeling I was being watched. Not all the time, but here and there I'd get the sensation. I'd stop on the trail, look around, and see nothing but trees and shadows. But the hairs on my neck would be standing straight up. One evening, I was making a loop near the marsh at sunset. The light was low, that kind of hazy orange that makes the trees look taller than they really are. I had just turned toward the old tower when I heard sound. It was faint, but clear enough. A branch snapping, then another. Footsteps. I froze, crouching slightly, listening hard. The footsteps stopped when I stopped. For a full minute, I stayed there, waiting. Then I heard them again, this time moving off to my right, deeper into the trees. Whoever it was, they were deliberately staying out of sight. I didn't chase. My training told me not to. Whoever was out there knew the area better than I did at that moment. And chasing in failing light would have been reckless. Instead, I backed out slowly, marking my trail, and didn't relax until I hit the service road again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the bedroll by the tower, the skull on the rocks, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just someone camping anymore. It was someone who had been there long enough to start leaving a pattern, and I was the only one regularly patrolling that section. I decided to change tactics. Instead of walking loops, I set up in one spot for hours at a time, waiting. I picked a ridge that overlooked the marsh, where I could see a good distance if anyone moved below. On the second night of doing this, just past midnight, I saw light. It was faint, flickering, moving slowly through the trees. A flashlight. I stayed low, watching. The beam moved carefully, not swinging like someone hiking. It moved with purpose, shining close to the ground, like the person was searching for something. They passed through the marsh and into the section where I'd found the piles of rocks. I couldn't see them directly, just the glow moving between the trunks, but I counted at least 20 minutes before it faded out completely. I stayed up there until dawn, then hiked down. Where the light had been, I found fresh signs. Another sapling cut, another pile of rocks, and this time, carved into the bark of a tree, a crude symbol. 2 lines crossing over each other inside a circle. That was enough. I hiked out fast and filed a detailed report. This time, they sent 2 law enforcement officers to sweep the area with me. We spent the whole day searching, but whoever it was, they were gone. We found the tarp and bedroll again, but it had been moved. The food wrappers were gone too, like someone had cleaned up after themselves. The officers chalked it up to a squatter, maybe someone trying to live off the land, maybe someone with issues who didn't want contact. They told me to keep documenting, but without direct confrontation. There wasn't much else to do. I kept patrolling. The activity slowed down after that, almost like whoever had seen us searching and decided to pull back. For a while, I thought maybe it was over. Weeks went by without new signs. Then, one late afternoon, I came across something that made my blood run cold. Near the old tower, hidden under brush, was a hunting blind. It had been built carefully, branches stacked and tied together. A small opening cut to look out. Inside were empty water bottles, a can of beans, and a pair of binoculars. The blind faced directly toward the service road. That was when it hit me. This whole time, I had been trying to figure out who this person was and what they were doing. But it wasn't random. They weren't just living out there. They were watching. Watching the road. Watching the tower. Maybe even watching me. I radioed it in and got out fast. By the time backup arrived, the blind was abandoned. No trace of the person. No footprints clear enough to follow. That was the last solid sign we ever found. After that day, the activity stopped completely. No more rocks. No more cut saplings. No more bedrolls or blinds. It was like whoever had been there had packed up and vanished. The park closed that section off for a while, not for the public safety, but to give us time to monitor it more closely. But nothing ever turned up again. To this day, I don't know who it was or what their end goal had been. Maybe just a loner who didn't want to be bothered. Maybe someone with darker intentions. All I know is that for weeks, I had been circling around someone who spent their nights cutting trees, stacking rocks, and building blinds to watch the road. And me. And the part that unsettles me the most I've been working as a park ranger for over a decade now. And through those years, I've walked trails in every season, handled lost hikers, seen wildfires spar from lightning, found animals tangled in fishing line, and dealt with just about every kind of emergency you can imagine in a remote place. But one memory still unsettles me in a way no bear encounter or storm ever has, and it didn't come from anything supernatural or out of a horror movie. It came from people and from how unpredictable and dangerous they can be when you're isolated in the woods, hours away from anyone who can help. The park I was stationed at during that time covered more than 100,000 acres of rugged land. There were lakes, cliffs, caves, and miles upon miles of thick forest cut through by trails that wound up and down ridges. Most visitors stuck to the popular campgrounds or the scenic overlooks by the highway, but a handful liked to push deep into the backcountry. Those were the areas where I spent most of my patrols, because that's where the serious problems tended to happen. Out there, people got lost, dehydrated, or injured, and sometimes they left behind more than just trash. The incident I'm about to describe happened in late fall, right before the park shut down most of the campsites for the winter season. The days were getting short. The air had that sharp smell of leaves breaking down, and the nights dropped cold enough that frost hung on the grass until mid-morning. That time of year is my favorite to hike because the bugs are gone, but it's also when people make mistakes. They underestimate the cold, they misjudge daylight, or they think the empty trails mean they can do whatever they want. My assignment was a multi-day solo patrol through a section of the park we called Pine Hollow. It wasn't really hollow, more like a huge valley carved between ridges that stretched for miles. It was known for being quiet and hard to reach. To get in, you had to take an old service road for several miles, then follow a trail that dropped steeply into the valley. Down there you found old growth pines, moss-covered boulders, and a river that cut through the middle. It was one of those places where cell service completely disappeared, and even our radios barely worked unless you climbed high. The purpose of my patrol was simple. Check for late-season campers, inspect the condition of trail markers, and make sure no one was doing anything they shouldn't be, like hunting out of season or building fires where it was prohibited. Most of the time, those trips were quiet. I might find one or two hardy backpackers, or sometimes no one at all. I carried enough gear for 4 days and had a base camp planned along the river. The first day went smoothly. I hiked in under a gray sky, reached the valley by afternoon, and set up my camp near the river. The woods were silent except for the wind moving through the pines. I ate, logged my position, and turned in early. Nothing unusual. The second day, I spent hiking up the east ridge to check the trail. A storm had brought down a few trees, so I made notes about what needed clearing in the spring. I saw deer tracks, a pile of bear scat, and the faint impression of old boot prints heading off trail, but nothing fresh. By the time I made it back down to my camp, the sun was sliding behind the ridge and the air had gone cold enough that I had to pull on gloves. Again, nothing unusual. The third day was when things changed. That morning, I decided to follow the river south for a couple of miles. There was no official trail that way, but it was part of my sector, and sometimes people wandered down thinking they could shortcut to the highway. The river wound through thick undergrowth, and the banks were slick with mud. After about a mile, I started noticing something odd: trash. At first, it was just a crushed beer can. Then I found a torn plastic wrapper, and then a strip of duct tape stuck to a branch. That might not sound like much, but out there in that valley, it was unusual. Most backpackers were careful, and hunters didn't leave things like that. I slowed down and started scanning more carefully. Soon I came across something that made my stomach tighten. In a little clearing near the water, I found what looked like the remains of campsite. Not the neat setup of a backpacker with a tent and fire ring, but a rough scatter of things. A small tarp had been staked sloppily between trees. Beneath it, the ground was covered with scraps: empty food cans, cigarette butts, more duct tape, and a broken folding chair. The fire pit was a blackened circle of stones filled with half-burned trash, including melted plastic bottles and aluminum foil. None of this was technically illegal, just sloppy. But what caught my attention were the bones. In the ashes of the fire pit, there were charred bones. Some were small enough to be from squirrels or rabbits, but a few looked larger. Maybe deer, maybe not. They were blackened and cracked from heat, but still recognizable as bones. I crouched and studied them, trying to make sense of it. Plenty of people cooked wild game, but it was out of season, and the way these bones were left didn't look like someone carefully cleaning a kill. It looked messy, rushed. I stood up and took notes, marking the location on my map. As I did, I noticed more drag marks in the dirt leading away from the fire pit, heading deeper into the trees. Wide, shallow grooves like something heavy had been pulled. My first thought was that someone had dragged a deer carcass. Hunters sometimes poached and then processed meat out in the woods. I followed the tracks cautiously, hand near my bear spray. The grooves led maybe 50 yards before ending at another clearing. There, I found more trash and a pile of branches stacked crudely over what looked like another fire pit. But this one wasn't cold. Ashes were gray, but underneath, I could see faint heat shimmer. Someone had used it recently. I felt a jolt of unease. It meant whoever had been here might still be nearby. I waited, listening. The forest was silent except for the faint rush of the river. No footsteps, no voices. Still, I backed off carefully and made a note to report the sight when I climbed out of the valley. The rest of that day, I kept moving but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time the wind shifted, I thought I caught the faint smell of smoke, as if more fires were burning out there. I didn't see anyone though, and by dusk I was back at my camp. That night was the worst. I had just settled into my sleeping bag when I heard it, a sharp crack like a branch snapping underfoot. At first, I thought it was an animal, but then there was another crack and another, deliberate and slow. The sound circled my camp, just beyond the firelight. I lay still, every nerve on edge. For over an hour, I listened to footsteps moving around me. Sometimes they faded into the distance, then returned from a different angle. Whoever it was, they weren't coming closer, but they also weren't leaving. I didn't call out or try to chase. I just stayed inside my tent, bear spray in one hand, flashlight in the other, until exhaustion finally dragged me into a shallow sleep. In the morning, I found boot prints in the frost around my camp. They weren't mine. They circled wide, then cut back toward the trees. At that point, I decided to cut my patrol short. I packed quickly, doused my fire, and started the long climb out of the valley. My plan was to radio in once I reached the ridge, where reception was better, and report everything. The camps, the bones, the footsteps. As I hiked, I kept glancing back. The trail was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone. Around noon, I reached the ridge and finally got a signal. I called in, gave my coordinates, and told dispatch what I'd found. They said they'd send a couple of rangers to meet me at the service row by late afternoon. I felt relief knowing backup was coming, but I still had miles to go. The last stretch was the worst. The service road twisted through dense forest, and as I walked, I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision. Not animals, too tall, too deliberate. A flicker of dark clothing behind a tree, a shadow ducking out of sight. Each time I stopped, the forest went still. When I finally saw the ranger truck parked at the gate, I felt a wave of relief, so strong my knees almost buckled. 2 colleagues climbed out, and even though we didn't exchange words, just their presence was enough. Together, we went back in the next day with a full team to check the sites I'd marked. What we found wasn't enough for arrests, but it was enough to make us uneasy. The camps were abandoned, the ashes cold, but there were more bones, more trash, more signs of someone living out there in the valley. Not backpackers, not hunters, something else. Maybe squatters, maybe poachers, maybe worse. Whoever they were, they'd been watching me that night. We never caught them. Over the next season, we found new camps pop up in different parts of the park. Always temporary, always dirty, always with bones in the fire pits. We'd clean them out, only for another to appear miles away. It went on for years, never long enough to pin anyone down. Even now, when I hike alone and the woods go quiet, I think back to that night in Pine Hollow. The sound of footsteps circling my tent, the boot prints in the frost, the knowledge that out there, beyond the edge of the firelight, someone was standing, watching, waiting. That's the part that still scares me. Not the wilderness itself, but the people who decide to hide in it.